good morning to you. I know I may be interrupting wonderful morning conversations, but I would like to call the House to order. And I would like to request you, those of you who are at the back in the auditorium, to please move forward to take your seats. We are about to begin this program in a minute. May I request all our guests to please move towards your seats, be comfortable, just so that we can begin this program. Thank you. Thank you so much for your cooperation. And as we begin this program, the very first step is to invite all our dignitaries onto the dais. Some of them will be joining us very soon. From the host side, Shri Saurabh Sanyal, Secretary General, PhD CCI, may I request you to step up on the dais. Shri M.K. Gupta, Chairman, PhD CCI, Defense and HLS Committee. We welcome you onto the dais. Take your seat on the dais here. Air Vice Marshal P.S. Sareen, VSM, Assistant Chief of Air Staff, Maintenance Plans, Indian Air Force. Shri Sanjay Jaju, IAS, Additional Secretary Defense Production, Ministry of Defense. I'm told he's going to be joining us very soon. We also have a very special guest of honor, Deputy of Defense Minister, Government of Kyrgyzstan, Mr. Akhil Bek Ibraev. The chief guest of the program is set to join us in a few minutes, Shri Bhanu Pratap Singh Verma. As I see more guests coming into the space here, I would like to request you to take your seats. उत्साह का माहौल है और मैं आप सबका स्वागत करना चाहती हूं। सबसे पहले राष्ट्रगान, may I request all of us to rise for the national anthem. जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल गंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मागे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे। Never fails to enthuse us, the national anthem. My name is Vasanthi Hariprakash. I come from the world of radio and television, and I'm an entrepreneur myself, telling digitally the stories of a changing India. I have great pleasure in witnessing and welcoming what a robust ecosystem and the microcosm is present in this very room. There are government officials, there are people from the defense sector, there are MSMEs, all of whom have had a very tough year. And despite those challenges, we are making our strides ahead. May I draw a round of applause for this human spirit that takes us further ahead. On behalf of the Ministry of MSMEs and the PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industry, I welcome you once again to the second International Conference on Defense and Security. I have a pleasant duty to do, which is to call upon dignitaries on the dais to offer special mementos to all those who are present today. May I now invite the President, Shri Pradeep Multani, President PhD CCI, to offer the likeness of the Statue of Unity for our guest of honor, Mr. Akhil Bek Ibraev. As you can see, it's a beautiful likeness of the Statue of Unity, and our special guest of honor receiving it at the hands of the President of PhD CCI. May I invite Mr. M.K. Gupta, Chairman, PhD CCI Defense and HLS Committee, to now offer the memento to Air Vice Marshal P.S. Sareen, VSM, Assistant Chief of Air Staff, Maintenance Plans, Indian Air Force. To Air Vice Marshal P.S. Sareen. I'm sure the audience can do better in terms of applause, energy. This is just the beginning of the day. May I now invite Shri Colonel Sanyal, Mr. Saurabh Sanyal, Secretary General PhD CCI, to offer tokens of memento to Shri Rajesh Chaudhary, CMD, Avail. Colonel Sanyal, I would now request you to offer the memento to Shri Rajiv Puri, CMD, Yantra, India Limited. Thank you so much, gentlemen. We are aware that the theme of this second International Conference on Defense and Security is a roadmap for self-reliance in defense manufacturing and exports. The role played by the MSME sector in this is enormous. And today it is acknowledged via the various sessions that are going to be held. But before we move on to the various welcome and other addresses, I would like to acknowledge the presence of our very special guests in this audience who have joined us from, many of whom have joined us from outside India. Mr. Peo Sizov, Director, Business Development, Arsenal 2000 JS Company. Yes, the applause can continue. Meanwhile, Shri Sanjay Jaju has joined us, IAS Additional Secretary, Defense Production. May I request Mr. M.K. Gupta to offer a memento to Shri Sanjay Jaju, Ministry of Defense, Government of India. I was telling you about the presence of some very special people in the audience. I'd further acknowledge Brigadier R.K. Mehta, Country Head India, Arsenal Liaison Office India. We also have in our midst, Mr. Thomas George, Country Representative, Arsenal Liaison Office India, Mr. Andrei Arnodov, Head of Office, Arcus Armaco Group, We have Mr. Bohidar Alexov, Head of Office Kintex, Mr. Yulian Vishev, Commercial Director, MCO, Mr. Zigar Kolubev, Kyrgyz Republic. We also, of course, have our guest of honor, Mr. Akhilbek Ibraev from the Kyrgyz Republic, whom you saw accepting our special honor, Mr. Andrei Lee, Kyrgyz Republic, Mr. Armando Salvador Toro, besides defense attaché from other countries. Well, in the best of Indian hospitality, may we request all our audience to give a huge round of welcome applause to all our special guests who have joined us. The temperature in the national capital is getting warmer, and I hope you experience the warmth of Indian hospitality as well. On that note, may I request Mr. M.K. Gupta, Chairman, PhD CCI Defense and HLS Committee, for his welcome address.
Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of PhD CCI, I would like to once again extend a warm welcome to Shri Sanjay Jajuji, Additional Secretary, Defense Production, Government of India, Mr. Ibrahim Akhilbek, Deputy of Honorable Defense Minister, Government of Kyrgyzstan, Air Vice Marshal P.S. Sarinji, PSM, Assistant Chief of Air Staff Maintenance Plan, Indian Air Force, Shri Rajiv Chaudhary ji, CMD, AWEIL, Shri Rajiv Puri ji, CMD, Yantra India Limited, Excellencies, Defense Attaches, and other diplomats from different countries, foreign delegates from Bulgaria, Spain, Kyrgyzstan, and other countries, industry members, friends from media, a warm welcome for their presence for this international conference for the promotion of MSMEs in defense manufacturing and exports. The much awaited measures which have been announced by the government in the last 2 years for the growth of Indian defense sector is a welcome step. It will certainly fuel the growth of Indians' defense MSMEs also, with the several initiatives of the government to indigenize and encourage innovation in the sectors. There are huge opportunities for MSMEs. The units should look at not just producing for the Indian needs, but also explore export possibilities. Global OEMs are open to sourcing from India. The aerospace and defense industry is of strategic importance to any nation. The Ministry of Defense acknowledges the fact that India needs to increase self-reliance in its own national interest. On the other hand, the international defense industry today is a global in nature with a complex network of global supply chains. Therefore, it is imperative for the Indian companies, especially the MSMEs, to integrate themselves into the supply chain of national and international defense majors in order to reduce dependence on foreign supplies and also to gain a foothold in the international aerospace and defense market. India's offset policy will go a long way in ensuring this object in the long run. The role of manufacturing and MSMEs in particular is significant for the country's development. The growth of MSME sector can contribute to India's economic prosperity through its significant impact of poverty reduction, employment generation, social influence, development, and union wealth distribution. The Indian defense sector has come of age with refreshing policy shift for the last few years. As the country looks to build indigenous defense industrial capabilities and reduce dependence on imports, MSMEs will definitely contribute and build a sustainable defense business. The government has been able to drive key programs with speed to bridge the critical asset gap for the military. The prime objective, however, much more is desired from the Indian government to address the secondary object of building indigenous defense industrial capabilities in India and therefore reducing dependence on imports. Given this background, we would like to discuss how MSMEs can build a sustainable defense and aerospace manufacturing backbone in India. I hereby recommend points for your kind consideration, sir. Global OEMs to be encouraged, incentivized to procure their material requirement from indigenous MSME manufacturers from India. In the interest of defense ecosystem, more and more TOTs, FDI, MOUs between global OEMs and Indian MSME companies need to be encouraged and confirmed. Foreign vendors need to be encouraged to form JVs with Indian counterparts to establish manufacturing facilities in India. We also request that there should be a regular interface between foreign OEMs and defense MSMEs manufacturers on MOD platform for discussing the opportunities and the issues in offsets. The approval process for offset obligation projects is quite slow and needs to be expedited at MOD level to speed up the process of discharging the offset obligations timely. I will not take much time and would look forward to listen to our keynote speakers and other panelists to share their thoughts on the subject. I hope this platform will prove to be an appropriate forum to discuss and deliberate upon the issues and way forward for developing Indian defense and aerospace manufacturing and exports. We welcome you once again. Jai Hind. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Shri M.K. Gupta, for setting the context, also giving us a big picture of the role of MSMEs and putting forth points for consideration. Now, the good news is that we have someone in our midst who can address some of these. We have Shri Sanjay Jaju, who will speak now. He's the Additional Secretary, Defense Production, Ministry of Defense, Government of India. I welcome Shri Jaju.
Esteemed panelists on the dais, members of the industry, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to all of you. I don't recollect attending to a in-person conference possibly last 2 years. So I think it's indeed a landmark day. You know, virtual has been the in thing these days, but you know, the flavor of in-person interactions and the camaraderie and the bonding that in-person interactions bring is now palpable, because we have seen how life has been last 2 years. So I'm very happy that PhD Chambers made use of this opportunity, and very happy to see so many of you putting your hands together to carve out a roadmap for India's defense and security architecture. Friends, if this was a landmark event, I would say our defense manufacturing or defense design, development and manufacturing ecosystem is actually going through a complete disruptive overhaul, if I may use that word. And I think it's one of the most exciting phases, arguably, for defense and aerospace sectors in our country. I mean, if I start listing out the kind of things that are happening and being lined up, it's almost an endless list. But one important aspect that I believe is driving our entire journey, if I may use that, it will be 2 words: self-belief. So while we are moving towards self-reliance, but I think the starting point for that is self-belief. Belief in our capabilities, belief in our ability to be world-class. We kept talking about the demographic dividend that this country has. I mean, look at the global companies and In every big company, top leadership is being run by Indians. We have been delivering close to 1 million technocrats every year, and many more in various other segments and sectors. But we always had this deep suspicion, and also it was a predicament that a country which produces world leaders is not being able to crack the code when it comes to making your own platforms, designing your own platforms, manufacturing for the country, and actually manufacturing for meeting the needs of the friendly foreign countries. And this whole transformation has started to happen now. I have friends from global OEMs, Lockheed Martin, sitting right here. And it's not a commentary on foreign OEMs, because we have actually ownership agnostic now. As long as you are in India, as long as you're manufacturing and designing within India, they're completely equitable. We don't differentiate between you and the L&Ts of the world. I mean, for us, all of you are equal. All our policies are designed in a manner in which all of you get equal opportunities. But one point that's now coming in is, going forward, possibly we will not be importing anything. I mean, one can say that at the outset. In fact, last 4 months, we have been reviewing all the buy global cases which are in the contracting phase right now. Happy for the Indian audience that we have cancelled close to 60,000 crore worth buy global cases. A little bit of a difficult situation for Lockheeds of the world, but I think you can substitute it by a string of projects that are coming in, which could be utilized by all the foreign companies to design and develop systems within our country. One major change that has now been brought in, and it has happened during the union budget of this year, all of you might have heard, there are broadly 4 major announcements. Announcement number 1 was that 68% of the overall defense procurement on the capital side now would be done through the domestic route. Announcement 1. And I don't know how many of you noticed, to me, announcement 2 was the major announcement, in which we said 25% of the overall defense R&D budget would be through industry-led design and development. Now, it is very, very significant, because until now, what we were doing is we were trying to do a lot of defense research through government-led efforts, DRDO, DPSUs, a lot of government investment was going in, and we were developing and designing systems. And that's where we actually missed the bus. If 2001 announced liberalization of defense production by getting in private sector, by getting in foreign direct investment first time, I would say 2022 is the bellwether year, 2.0, reform 2.0, in which for the first time, it is now being recognized that we are not going to be investing R&D money only in government agencies, but we will bring in private sector led design and development efforts. And I keep saying this, I mean, if we continue to do through the government route, you all know the kind of highways which were there earlier. You all know the kind of airports which were there earlier. But now, by re-engineering that situation, now you look at our highway network, you look at our airports, it's the private sector I keep saying that it's a business of business to do business. And it is no business of government to do business. And I think that is where we are trying to bring this fundamental reform and a paradigmatic change in the way we now going to treat all of you. And that's where my first word called self-belief comes in. So now we have belief in all of you, in all the industry leaders, that you can design, develop, and manufacture world-class systems within our country. And this has happened. You might have seen. There were times when every vaccine in the country of our size and scale was either imported from outside or was, as they say, built to print here. Somebody has the design, we just do some tweaking job and we do a kind of build to print manufacturing. Now in our country, you have seen, we started with one vaccine designed and developed within our country. And one of the most effective vaccines, if one has to make a comparison. And what followed subsequent to that vaccine is a complete ensemble of vaccines of different technologies of different generations. So I think this is what self-belief does. This is what self-belief does, and this is what the enterprise of the industry does. So I think this change, that designing a helicopter, designing a tank, will only be within the confines of some Sarkari R&D scientists, and industry has only got to work with them, collaborate with them, and manufacture from whatever design is given to them. By doing this, we were killing the complete initiative and design abilities of our private sector. Again, keep giving this airport example. You think if this airport was designed by a Sarkari architect who will be always bothered about L1s and all that, which goes in all our GFRs, you think somebody would have understood that aesthetics also is important in an airport? Somebody would have never thought of those yoga postures which you find in Delhi International Airport. It's because the creativity and innovation flourishes in the entrepreneurship environment. And that is what is now being unleashed. And now it is call to action. We have treated last 1 month. We have identified 18 major platforms. And this is only a first list. Believe me, there'll be so much of it for all of you that there'll be no, what you call, heartburning that, look, if he's doing this, I should also do that, because, there's plenty on the table now. 18 major platforms have been identified for industry-led design and development. 4 of them have been already approved under Make One, in which we will assure you 70% funding for the prototype and also give you procurement assurance. You might have all heard lightweight tank is part of that list. So now it's all for the industry majors to start looking at these platforms. Remaining platforms also, we have a meeting tomorrow, and possibly during this financial year only, we'll be according approval in principle to rest of them. But if, let's say, you are not a major player, you are an MSME, you have been doing medium-sized businesses, again, opportunities have been opened. We have recently brought out a list of 107 major subsystems, line replaceable units, sub-assemblies, which were all being imported right now in the indigenous platforms like, say, Tejas or ALH or LUH or LCH. Now, all this has been open to the industry, 107 of them. Before that, also, we had brought a list of 351 more items. So if you look at 351 and 107, we have a huge list now of close to 400 odd, 450 odd items, again available to the industry for design and development. And this fundamental change that we have brought in is this, I don't want to use that wrong word, but that NCNC S dash 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 has been completely done away with. All this is proving to be nothing. Why should you make industry no cost, no commitment, come, aaiye, dekh lijiye? But that kind of an attitude was a complete, what you can call, absolutely perverse method of encouraging the defense industry. If you want to try a particular product, yes, if he doesn't meet your requirement, fine. But if he meets your requirement, you say, no, I will not even give you procurement assurance. So then the only way our defense entrepreneurs can become millionaires is if they are already a billionaire. So this is what was happening. So now what we are saying is, in every such case, there will be a procurement assurance, and without procurement assurance, we are not going to talk about anything. Yes, sometimes visibility may not be there, but the procurement assurance will be, say, 10 years. How does it matter? When you know the money, you will invest, you will do research, but you will design and develop a product, but you'll get a procurement assurance. Coupled with this entire thing is a new concept, again was announced in the budget. Again, a very important game-changing reform. With due apologies to all my Sarkari friends. You know, we have been talking about creating a industrial ecosystem and stuff like that. But when you have proof ranges within government, when you have all the major laboratories where you do some testing, it's all within government. How do you expect a small-time businessman to design and develop big platforms if this entire testing infrastructure, with entire proof infrastructure is all lying in the government? And government will always have its own priority. It's almost like that emergency quota that we apply for when we get a rail ticket unreserved. बोलते हैं पहले तो हम मिनिस्टर्स वगैरह का देख लेते हैं, उसके बाद रेलवे वालों को करेंगे, उसके बाद तीसरे की सोचेंगे. So this is what is happening in the testing infra. You apply to any test infra, we have said that it is open for all private industry, but tell me how many of you have been able to make use of that? आपने कहा कि मेरे को खमरिया जाना है, I have to do some firing. तो ये बोलेगा कि my OFB is already having a plan for next 8 months. I can't give you. You want to take Balasore for some work because you want industry to design missiles, but DRDO will tell you, oh, मेरा तो 1-2 years तक के लिए I am completely booked. But this way you can't create industrial design development capabilities. And if I expect you to create that infrastructure, it's totally capital intensive. Where on the world, where on earth you are going to get 1,000 square kilometers of land for a proof range? It will be all within government right now, but it has to be given to the industry on an equitable basis. Okay, you continue to be the owners. DPSUs may continue to be the owners. DGQ may continue to be the owner. But what we are bringing in a very unique concept. I mentioned this to Raksha Mantri ji in the last meeting, and he also liked the concept. We are trying to create an Uber for this. So we'll create a technology aggregator. All this infrastructure will be in that. Time slots, etc., etc. And applications will be cleared on the first come, first served basis through some protocol that we'll create in this. And this whole apparatus or this technology platform would be under an autonomous trial and testing agency, which was announced in the recent budget. And very happy to inform you that in our formulation, of course, it's going through in the works right now, we are suggesting that this organization should not be headed by people like us, who have obvious preferences for Sarkar. So it will not be headed by a Sarkari person, but he will be actually from somebody like you, somewhere, who has no conflict of interest, an eminent person who can offer you a complete level playing field vis-a-vis the private public sector. That's again a huge fundamental reform which is coming. That's why I'm saying it's one of the most exciting phases if you're looking at opportunities in defense production. Another thing that has happened is we are also advocating SPV route. Again, you might have seen in the budget. Again, it's a game-changing reform. It again comes in from the infrastructure. Why do you think GMR have gotten itself involved in this airport, because the airport authority has created an SPV. They have, I think, some 51% stakes. Airport authority has some 26%, 49%. And now some of our major platforms, in fact, an EOI is being issued by HAL for the multi-role helicopter, 13-ton. HAL will be the minority partner. Again, we'll leave it to the industry to lead the design effort. Something similar will also happen with engines. So wherever we require a large cross-section to collaborate, we'll create these SPVs. Academic institutions can join in. Think tanks can join in if they want to push in some equity. Private industry, multiple players can join in. But the essence of these SPVs would be, they would be private sector led. They would not be, decisions will not be taken by Babu sitting in boardrooms. It will be done in an agile fashion by the industry, which has the motive and which has the mission to make money out of the business. And I think then only the businesses will flourish and thrive. And in fact, another point that is coming in now is, we have said 68% of our budget will be utilized for domestic industry. You know, I keep saying that in MOD many times over. It's a huge money, 85,000 crore. You know, when you used to purchase from outside, it's so simple. You know, it's available off the shelf. $2 billion check, Lockheed Martin gets it. So 15,000 crore written off in our book in a flourish. But now when you have to design and develop and manufacture products within the country, it's not going to be so easy. So that is why it's a huge responsibility on all of you and on us to smoothen the processes. Otherwise, going forward, this 85,000 crores to spend through domestic sources will be an absolutely impossible task. And 85,000 crore is a huge sum if you again take it in the context of all the PLI schemes that are there for manufacturing. I was just making some counts and I realized PLI schemes all put together is about 1,70,000 crores across say 4 years, 5 years. And you have 85,000 crore being made available to the industry. I think which sector will have such a huge benefit? And it can be from the smallest component to a smaller platform to a bigger platform. So it's a huge money at your disposal. And it is here that the survival will become the key. And one says that it will be the fittest who will survive. And so for all of you, it's again a great opportunity. Another reform that we are trying to bring is to remove discriminatory trial and testing processes. Okay, we understand there is a foreign OEM. His product has been running in that country for ages. So we can always buy that product. No questions asked. But again, this self-belief was not there in our trial and testing within country. हमारे हरिमोहन साहब बैठे हैं यहाँ पे, and you'll find out from him, Dhanush gun. I mean, I think it was a real baptism with fire for Dhanush. I think when I went to Jabalpur, I realized that the barrels were actually looking completely war torn. As if factory से बाहर निकलने के पहले इतना टेस्टिंग कर दिया उस पे. And multiple iterations, multiple development, because that faith is not there in our systems. Just as our leadership, our Honorable Prime Minister took a call, and that is how Covaxin got approved in the country. I think a similar model will now have brought in defense, because they're very similar. Efficacy and safety. You can't delay trial and testing for ages. And that is why one fundamental change that we have brought in is something called as composite trial. Because in the name of trial, the whole red tape and drama was playing out. One day somebody will come do a technical trial. Another day somebody will come and do a maintenance, some trial. Third day somebody will say retrial. Fourth day somebody will do sustainability trial. Fifth day somebody will do environmental trial, winter trial, summer trial. And it was nothing but in the name of all this, we were actually trying to kill indigenous initiatives. There have been multiple instances where we realized that it was only a question of, the two parties sitting together and resolving those issues. And a very quick example I can give is of this project called IDEX, our major scheme for startups. Although we manufacture small things there, but the process is similar. So here what we have done is, because the user and the developer are sitting together and then they are trying to design and develop products. So one fundamental change that we have brought in few days back now is, the moment the prototype is being developed, you will do one composite trial and that's all. And after that, ye nahi hai ki purane process mein, yes, this is only something called as user trial and readiness review. I will do one more trial after this. So all this nonsense has been removed. Now we are saying there'll be one composite trial, and once your prototype is ready, no trial. Issue commercial RFP, complete the process. You might have seen this in the newspapers recently. And this has been applied to all design and development projects, including Make2. In fact, I keep saying this in the ministry, that the time our industry takes to design and develop a prototype is far lesser than the time we take in moving the files up and down and clearing those proposals. And this had to be reversed. And this has again been done. From what used to be 2 years earlier, it's only going to be 4 months. From the time prototype is completed to contract conclusion, the time has been brought down to 4.5 months. Now you will realize that the industry will be able to get that confidence that, look, mera prototype ban gaya, and now I'm going to get the contract. I mean, you can imagine what was happening. You had 68 projects under Make1. Some of these prototypes have been done years back, 2 years, 3 years back. Contract signing is not yet done so far because of all these processes. Another change that we again brought in, why I'm telling you all this, because it's really been very exciting. I mean, how things have been last 4-5 months. We have actually looked at every nuts and bolts of what was throttling your efforts. And we are now removing those nuts and bolts and throwing them in the dustbin. Another change that has been brought in is this whole drama of this PSQR, GSQR. I mean, you will have some qualitative requirements, you'll convert them into PSQR, and you have understood everything. After that, somebody will sit through it for months and months. 100 persons will put these signatures, and then you'll convert that into GSQR. In a modern world where technology is so fast, it's changing rapidly. I mean, you have approved a PSQR 2 years back, you sit on this and don't convert it into GSQR. After 2 years, all that will become irrelevant. So what we have said is, in all these design and development projects, the process of converting from PSQR to GSQR would be automatic. No further tyranny of signatures, which is the mainstay of South Block. So we have this tyranny of signature is again being removed. Because 100 people have to sign so that 100 people feel happy and safe, while all 100 will eventually make mistakes. But you'll only go back home with a solace that, look, all 99 will be there when I go to Tihar. But that's not the way industries work. Industries have to be given time, and value of time is very critical. So this is another change that has been brought in. And then whole range of initiatives are available for design and development. We are also looking at all those projects which had already crossed some stages and are available, and they've been going through trial years after year. We'll finish all those cases also quickly in the next few months so that all those cases can get converted into contracts. So friends, this is what I wanted to tell you in brief about the recent changes that have been brought in. They are, in my understanding, game changing. And you've also seen our CMDs are here. Ordnance Factory Board, a 200-year-old organization, has now been converted into 7 new companies. 7 new companies. Again, there were 4 throttles which were throttling this Ordnance Factory setup. Harimon is there, so he will appreciate what I'm saying. There were 4 throttles. There were 4 people who were actually holding the neck of these companies, and and pulling the strings on four sides. First one, people like us. हमारे हैं, सरकार का है, तो इनकी हर चीज हमसे अप्रूव कराओ. I mean, you can't run businesses when every file has to come to South Block and some under secretary, joint secretary, or secretary has to see every such case. So the first rope which has been cut is us. We have cut that. The second rope that we have cut is, I don't know how many of them are here in this gathering today, was of MOD Finance, because they had their own cake to bake. No value addition, but nahi. Meri bhi to dukaan hai. I have to also run my show. I have to give my inputs. And let me see how your proposal goes through. So the second rope that we have cut is MOD Finance. The second impediment over. The third impediment that we have cut is, I should not say that, but is great DGQA, which in the name of quality assurance, we're doing nothing but super quality control work. I mean, can you imagine a gun like Dhanush? How many hold points were there? How many surveillance points were there? When I went to Khamaria, about 3,000 places. I mean, what is this quality assurance? It's almost like that airport security, first I cross a metal detector, uske baad mein tumhari puri body pe bhi haath lagaunga, I will put one more rod here, and then when you go back to the plane, wahan pe fir somebody will go and check it. I think that's not the way things. You have to believe in the quality control efforts, and as quality assurance, you cannot become quality control, super quality controllers. So we have removed them completely from this OFB model. There were 1,800 products, and we realized they were there in, and that you should take a lot of pride in something called as womb to tomb. But by doing this, actually, you had put the entire defense industry into tomb. So we have cut them out now. DGQA has been removed from all those intermediate products, and there are only few products where DGQA will do the work. And within that work also, we have reduced all these numbers. It cannot be quality control, holding production, and not allowing things to happen. So that is the third control that we have removed. We have also removed the fourth. I don't want to mention that, but the fourth also was our own bureaucracy for ordnance factories. Yes, it's a fact that they were provided this inflexible kind of a work atmosphere, but then they also did not understand that they are not a production department, they are business. So I always keep saying that Indian Ordnance Factory Service is Indian Ordnance Business Service. And that change had to be brought in, and that we have done in the context of these new companies. I am very confident now, and CMDs are here, they will tell you, from 3,700 crore of loss last year, initial reports tell us that for these first 6 months, since the companies were incorporated, we might be positive in 6 of them. So 6 companies will come and present a dividend check to Raksha Mantri. And 1 company will have very minor losses. And all these companies have stepped the pedal now. Look at, when you cut out all these things, what happens? Munitions India Limited has backed a contract of 600 crores for export to US. Yantra India Limited, our another company, has now backed Railway Axles project. You have so much infrastructure available, you start making use of it. And now another opportunity that comes your way is now, because there is nothing that they can't do. Their boards can do everything. So we have told them, collaborate with you. Wherever you find a joint venture to be set up with you, do it. Wherever you find an agreement has to be done with ordnance factories, do it. Whenever you think you can be a better marketer of their products, do it. Again, a complete open environment available to them. And I think, again, make use of that great opportunity, which is again coming your way. So friend, that's why I've been saying that this is one of the most exciting times for defense design and development. The challenge is on you. We will remove any further roadblock that is there. But I think it is now for the industry to hold the reins and take our defense design and development and manufacturing ecosystem to the next level. As they say in cricket, it's now over to you. Thank you.
What an absolutely candid, refreshing address by Shri Sanjay Jaju, starting from placing on the table the complete disruptive overhaul in defense production architecture, as he said, powered by self-belief in our ability to be world-class. He laid down one by one the steps that is being taken by the government side to remove itself from the business, to be enablers, and to let the industry lead in design. May we have a round of applause for our speaker who has just given the streak of hope. Thank you so much, Shri Sanjay Jaju. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm pleased to inform you, as you saw, that our chief guest is in our midst, Shri Bhanu Pratap Singh Verma, Honorable Minister of State for MSME. I would therefore request Shri Pradeep Multani, President, PhD CCI, to welcome him with the special honor, the Statue of Unity that was offered to our other guest of honor as well. Ladies and gentlemen, the honor being bestowed upon the Honorable Minister. With that, I would like to invite Shri Pradeep Multani for his address.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of PhD CCI, I would like to extend a very warm welcome to Shri Bhanu Pratap Singh Verma, Honorable Minister of State for MSME, Government of India. Welcome, sir. And we thank him for sparing his valuable time to address the industry on this important subject. He has just come from Parliament, and after this session, he'll be going back. So we highly appreciate his commitment to the MSME sector. I would also like to welcome Mr. Abilek Ibrahim, Deputy of Honorable Defense Minister, Government of Kyrgyzstan, Shri Sanjay Jaju, Additional Secretary, Defense Production, Government of India. So thank you for that wonderful talk. I think soon we will be a big exporter, of course, be Atam Nirbhar, and also be exporter of defense equipment to the world.
This year will be probably our highest export turnover. So we will have the record export turnover of defense and aerospace this year. So another good news for congratulations to the industry for making this happen.
And sir, all I'll say is, I wish this your sort of approach extends to all industry, because we will again, we'll definitely become that. Really wonderful to see your thought process. So that's exactly what we would like in industry to be having. We also welcome Air Vice Marshal P.S. Sareen, VSM, Assistant Chief of Air Staff, Maintenance Plans, Indian Air Force. Mr. M.K. Gupta, Chair, PhD Chamber of Commerce Industries, Defense and HLS Committee. Excellencies, Defense Attaches, and other diplomats from different countries. Foreign delegates from Bulgaria, Spain, Kyrgyzstan, and other countries. Shri Rajesh Chaudhary, CMD, Advanced Weapons and Equipment Limited. Shri Rajiv Puri, CMD, Yantra India Limited. Industry members and friends from media. We also have other dignitaries who have joined here today for this meaningful and timely international conference, supported by the Ministry of MSME for the promotion and the growth of the Indian defense sector. PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industry has been working as a catalyst for the promotion of Indian industry, trade, and entrepreneurship for the past 116 years, with a reach to more than 150,000 direct and indirect members. It is a forward-looking, proactive, and dynamic pan-India apex organization. As a partner in progress with industry and government, PhD Chamber, with a special focus on Indian small, medium, and large enterprises, works at the grassroots level with strong national and international linkages for propelling progress, harmony, and integrated development of the Indian economy. The Indian defense industry is at a high growth and development stage where every stakeholder has its important role in developing the sector, including the DPSUs, OEMs, and MSMEs. The recent developments around the world have forged ahead a robust and competitive and self-reliant defense ecosystem. Our Honorable Prime Minister has called for Make in India and for the world, and the key to self-reliance and growth. The capability of the defense and aerospace industry is built on the strength of supply chains in which the MSMEs are intricately intertwined. There are substantially large number of MSMEs across the country supplying components and sub-assemblies and systems to the defense public sector undertakings, ordnance factories, defense research and development organization, Indian Air Force, and private industries. There is also a need to promote investment in the defense sector, both in R&D and production, thereby resulting in higher self-reliance and indigenization. While putting in place the policy framework and procedural mechanisms, the thrust would be on indigenous production and exploring possibilities of exports to other nations that may look forward to supplies from India. Since the defense technology needs long-term investment, its obsolescence is high with low economies of scale. Hence, the policy of maximizing the indigenous production should be well supported by R&D policy and export strategy. In a recent address by the Honorable Raksha Mantri, he shared that around 12,000 MSMEs have joined the defense industry due to the government's initiatives. He also said that defense exports from India during the last 7 years have been of more than rupees 38,000 crores. Innovation, research, and development and the number of startups have increased in the defense industry due to these efforts. The big companies have a major role to play in defense manufacturing, but the reality is that the work of numerous small companies is hidden behind that of big companies. As a key mandate for promoting the MSMEs across all the sectors, we have been closely working with the Ministry of Defense, Ministry of MSME, and other ministries and the state governments for the growth of MSMEs across the country and overseas. We believe that there is a huge scope for the MSMEs in defense manufacturing and exports, and there is a significant role to be played by them through various policy initiatives and programs. I would specially invite the participating MSMEs to interact with the foreign delegates and the diplomats of foreign countries to explore the mutual business opportunities in the defense and the allied sectors. And of course, India will always remain a reliable defense equipment supplier to all. I look forward to a very meaningful discussions during the conference and hope to call out implementable suggestions in the interest of the industry and nation. Thank you, Jai Hind, and God bless us all.
True what you said, Mr. Multani, of the work of MSMEs getting hidden, and sometimes we are glad, of course, that you continue to be the voice of those sectors. Now that we have our guests of honor in our midst, I think the lighting of the lamp can be complete. May I invite all the dignitaries to please proceed towards the auspicious lamp. Shri Bhanu Pratap Singh Verma, Honorable Minister of State for MSME, Government of India. Our guest of honor, Mr. Akhil Bek Ibrahim, Deputy of Defense Minister, Government of Kyrgyzstan, and all the other dignitaries on the dais. Shri Sanjay Jaju, whom we just heard a few minutes back. In the best of Indian traditions, to move from ignorance to more light, as it signifies. Even as the lamp is being lit, I'd like to remind our audience that there are special sessions, technical sessions that you may observe in your program. You can choose to be in those and make use of the opportunities. I'd like to thank the dignitaries for the lighting of the lamp. Always a lovely sight to see a lit lamp, the flame that we see before us, marking the second International Conference on Defense and Security. Thank you so much. It's a moment for our friends in the media to have a photograph with all our guests and dignitaries, after which I shall invite the next speakers before we hear the minister himself. We are indeed running short of time, so the speakers, I'm sure, will bear that in mind. May I invite Sri Rajesh Chaudhary to now address the gathering.
Namaskar. Shri Bhanu Pratap Singh Verma, sir, Honorable Minister of State for MSME, Government of India. Dignitaries present on the dais, officials of PhD CCI, officials from Ministry of MSME, and officials from Ministry of Defense, industry leaders, defense attaches, and dear delegates. First of all, I would like to express my sincere thanks to PhD CCI for giving me an opportunity to express my views on promoting the Indian defense and security companies in manufacturing and exports. I would like to introduce the company, that is All India Limited, before I go further. All India Limited is one of the 7 DPSUs carved out of erstwhile Ordnance Factory Board with the objective of improving autonomy, accountability, efficiency, and higher flexibility to collaborate, co-create, and explore new opportunities in the domestic and global defense market. We have 8 production units spread in 5 locations with a very comprehensive range of weapons and equipments. We have all the necessary infrastructure for production, quality assurance, including proof, along with the very experienced manpower and who are capable of handling all the weapon productions and equipments. Our turnover is around 1,600 crores annually in the last 3 years, and we target to achieve 2,000 crores in the next financial year and grow further at the speed of 20% a year and double the turnover in next 5 years. We have an impressive order book of 6,700 crores as on date and likely to reach 10,000 crores by September of 2022. Export is also a focus area for us as per the policy of Government of India, and we are making efforts to reach a target of 1,100 crores in the next 5 years. Our customers include the Indian Army, Navy, Air Force, other defense PSUs, including shipyards, paramilitary forces, state police forces, and Indian civil customers also. We produce a large category of weapons starting from artillery guns 105 mm to 155 mm. We also undertake upgunning of the Soltam guns to 155 mm gun. We have also been producing the 84 mm recoilless launchers, mortars ranging from 51 mm to 120 mm for the Indian Army. To Indian Navy, we have been supplying the AK-630 naval gun and 12.7 SRCG gun. For the Indian Air Force Air Defense, we have been supplying the 40 mm 70 gun in large numbers, and which is being upgraded now electronically, and the new RFPs have also come for fresh procurement of around 200 into 2 guns. In the small arms weapon category also, we have a wide variety of products for Indian Defense Forces and Central Paramilitary Forces. Also, state police organizations are our big customers. In addition to this, we are also producing all tank gun articles being produced in India for all the tanks, and large variety of ammunition hardware ranging from 30 mm to 155 mm. As mentioned earlier, 155 mm 45 caliber Dhanush gun is our prime product, which is comparable in features and performance to any gun available globally. I would like to mention that the gun has a great business potential in domestic as well as global markets, as all the artillery guns across the world are stabilizing on 155 mm platform. This gun has undergone very extensive trials and have withstood all the tests for a very, very long time, and is now ready for induction into the Indian Army. Having completed all the trials, we are now focusing on enhancing our capacity, and we seek the involvement of partners for integration with our supply chain for raw materials, castings, components, sub-assemblies, major assemblies, including power pack, the hydraulic systems, electronic suits, and large fabricated items. Apart from Dhanush, we have many products which have high demand in domestic as well as export markets. We also have a very special focus on R&D and have undertaken many projects across all variety of weapons to meet the futuristic demands. These projects are at various stages, and we seek the services of industry partners for successful and timely completion of these projects. On this occasion, I would like to emphasize that the Indian defense production scenario is changing very rapidly, and government has made many changes in the policies with the objective of achieving self-reliance in defense production and minimizing dependence on imports. Many enablements have been introduced through defense production and export promotion policy, level playing field for all type of organizations, industry-led R&D, simplification of trials and testing procedures, promotion and enablements for export, special budget provisions, and positive indigenization lists are major positive changes to boost participation of Indian industry in the defense production. I think this is the most appropriate ecosystem to pool our capabilities and resources and contribute to nation's policy of Atmanirbharta in defense production, taking the country to achieve defense production target of $5 billion by 2025, including 20% export. Defense platforms are very complex in nature, involving wide variety of technologies, that is metallurgy, fabrication, machining, assembly, electronics, electrical, hydraulics, testing, proof, etc. And moreover, these products are subject to extremely high pressures and very extreme climatic conditions, and their manufacture involves large investments also, and the gestation period is also very high. Under these circumstances, it is felt that no single company can have expertise in all these areas and make such large investments alone. Hence, the best option is to collaborate on strength and work with synergy to exploit the domestic as well as global markets. Accordingly, All India Limited is looking forward to capitalize on the positive environment in the country and collaborate with all the stakeholders, including public, private companies of all size, startups, academic institutions, research organizations for mutual benefits. In this context, I would also like to highlight a major difference from our traditional approach which we used to follow in our erstwhile format, is that we are not looking for a typical purchaser-supplier relationship through simple outsourcing. Rather, we are now looking for engagement through long-term supply orders, the joint ventures, the Make One, Make Two IDEX for development, so that we develop long-term relationships for our business interests. We are already procuring a large proportion of our inputs through outsourcing, and it is likely to further increase because of the change in the format of our organization, with a focus on improving the financial performance and also moving up the value chain. On this occasion, I would also like to draw the attention of foreign OEMs and other integrators that Oil India Limited has a very wide variety of production facilities which are very exclusive in nature. Our barrel manufacturing capabilities are world-class and highly reliable. We have large capacities for production of ammunition hardware also. And we are looking for collaboration for development of new products as we have all the resources, including a very strong R&D base. We are also looking for optimal utilization of our production facilities for supply of existing products, as well as undertaking new products for development to become part of their domestic and global supply chain. We also have an added advantage of having 4 of our different defense production units under 2 defense industrial corridors. At the end, I would once again invite all of you for active collaboration and look forward to engage actively to move together in the direction of Make in India, Make for India and World. Jai Hind. Dhanyavad.
Thank you so much, Shri Rajesh Chaudhary. I'd request all speakers to keep their address brief here on. Given the paucity of time, we would love to hear your thoughts, of course. Shri Rajiv Puri, CMD, Yantra India Limited. May we now have you at the podium.
गुड आफ्टरनून, नमस्कार। मैं राजीव पुरी, CMD यंत्रा इंडिया लिमिटेड, आपके सम्मुख। At the outset, I extend warm greetings to our Honorable Minister Shri Bhanu Pratap Verma ji, distinguished guests, speakers, delegates, and business heads of Indian and international foreign companies. I feel privileged to be invited by PhD CCI and Ministry of MSME, Government of India, in this second edition of the conference, International Conference for Defense and Security. It gives me an opportunity not only to interact with Indian and foreign OEMs, but also with MSMEs, whom we consider to be an integral part of our national defense ecosystem as our business partners. It will be in fitness of things. Before I start, before I tell about anything else, I first dwell upon the company which I represent. As you may be aware, and as has been brought out by previous speakers, Mr. Sanjay Jaju, that as a decision taken by Government of India, as a forward-looking restructuring of the Ordnance Factory Board, a 200 years old organization, Defense Industrial Base, was converted into 7 DPSUs. This particular reorganization has brought Yantra India Limited into being. We were born on 1st of October 2021 as a commercial entity out of the erstwhile Ordnance Factory Board. We are duly backed up with the decades of capability building, infrastructure, resources, and skilled manpower, which was always with us. Now, the thing which has changed is the enablements, which Mr. Sanjay Jaju brought out, that the 4 shackles which have been done away with, and we have taken a new avatar as Yantra India Limited with 8 production units all over the country and headquartered at Nagpur. The product profile which Yantra India is proud of includes ammunition hardware, assault bridges, airdrop platforms, metallurgical components, gun integrations, ammunition packaging solutions. We have a core competence in manufacture of hardware for artillery and tank ammunitions, fuses, cartridges, cartridge cases, shells, bombs, rockets, you name a thing, and it is there with us. Technology wise, all the technologies are available within Yantra India Limited, which is required by any engineering industry. You basically presses, robotic assisted presses up to 6,500 tons, or we can say multi-spindle, multi-axis machines, 1,400-ton forging presses, CMMs, ultrasonic machining, testings, metallurgical testing, electron beam welding, nub welding through a robotic assistance, and even to produce extra clean steel, ESR cleaning facility. That kind of melting facility is available with us. Apart from that, we have got radial forging, which we are proud to be another source in the country apart from railways. So that is a facility available within Yantra India Limited. We have got thousands of CNC machines, radial forging machines, continuous melting, casting, etc. In short, I can say YL is a single point solution provider in the field of military grade hardware under one roof. Beyond defense also we are moving, as Mr. Sanjay Jaju also told, that as Yantra India Limited, we have gone to railways. We have been able to bag certain orders for the axles, railway axles, which hitherto are coming through China or through imports from the Korea, etc. So we have established and started supplying also in the short span of last 6 months. First supplies have reached railways in the month of December, and then repeat orders have started coming to us. Apart from that, in automobile industries also, with JCB, with Tatas, also we want to move forward because we have got sufficient capacity, and as an engineering industry, we produce components which weigh in milligrams and also in tons. So that is the kind of capability which is available within the Yantra India Limited. We are focusing on developing new products also, such as 155mm ammunition, which is Borlet design, a new kind of a design, nubless design, terminally guided munitions also. And I'm happy to announce here that Pinaka, which is a flagship indigenous rocket system for the country, yesterday itself, we have been able to successfully complete the trials of enhanced version of Pinaka. It is a 45-kilometer range, which has been done single-handedly with the friends from All India Limited also over there, Munition India Limited, and also DRDO. It is a collaborative effort, but it is a national achievement, which I thought I must mention here. Apart from that, we have been also able to develop another version of Pinaka, which is dual-purpose improvised conventional munition. It has got 239 bomblets. That's also completely indigenous design, and that was trials were completed in December, and enhanced version design have been completed. Trials have been completed yesterday. So we are a happening company now. Though after the corporatization, we were having short of orders, but in last 6 months we have been able to grab orders to the tune of around 600 to 700 crore rupees by our internal efforts. As you are aware, Government of India is having a Atmanirbhar Bharat campaign of Government of India. We have prepared a list of items which will no longer be imported after a particular date. So this gives us an opportunity for all of us sitting in this chamber who can contribute together, come forward and start producing those items within the country. We are proud to be a 100% indigenous manufacturing entity. I can tell you proudly that Yantra India Limited, not even a single rupee goes out of the country for producing anything which we give to the armed forces so far. And that is the way we want to be, and that is the way we want to go forward. As my earlier speakers were telling, that Government of India has come out with a lot of initiatives in terms of 85,000 crore rupees being kept only for capital purchase within the country. That's a very big deal. And that kind of money is available with the defense industry. 25% funds have been kept for the industry-led design. This is a game changer. Earlier, everybody was looking to only government sector, only to say DRDO or some other agencies. But now the design can be industry-led. This is a game changer, going to be a game changer. Like disruptive overhauling, what the word which was used by Mr. Sanjay Jaju is the real apt word. We are going to take forward the government's initiatives in IDEX or Make One, Make Two projects, or even we are going to encourage startups and strategic partnerships. As we are aware that developing defense technologies faces a lot of challenges in terms of commercial viability and also in terms of time overruns. Here, YIL intends to enter into long-term relationship by complementing and supplementing available infrastructure with us, with our business partners, so that we can have a consortium approach or a joint venture approach or a special purpose vehicle All these options are now available with us. We invite delegations of OEMs, both Indian as well as foreign OEMs, to visit and witness the infrastructure available with Yantra India Limited and decide the way forward after having B2B business relationship with us, see our infrastructure and take a call. We are here to partner with OEMs, not only for discharge of their offset obligations in India, but while also intends to export military grade hardware and become part of the global supply chain by manufacturing in India for the global market. MSMEs shall continue to be an integral part of the supply chain, and we envisage MSMEs as long-term lifetime business partners. Let us come together to build up long-term associations. Let us work together, not today, not tomorrow. For a long, long time, we should be together. Jai Hind. Thank you.
Many, many things to be heartening about. Thank you so much for that address. We've heard from the MSME sector. It's only apt now that we hear from someone in the defense space. I would now like to invite Air Vice Marshal P.S. Sareen, VSM, Assistant Chief of the Staff Maintenance Panel, Indian Air Force.
Honorable Minister of State for MSME, Shri Bhanu Pratap Singh Verma, the other dignitaries on dais, without much further ado, keeping the paucity of time with us, I would first of all like to thank PhD Chambers of Commerce for this opportunity to address this distinguished audience here, comprising of various delegates, both from the services, academia, industry, and also from abroad. A very, very good afternoon to all of you. Now, Shri Sanjay Jaju has spoken at length on the capital procurement and the various initiatives of the Government of India in Make in India. Now, representing the services here, we are looking at a very, very important facet, that is the sustenance. Let me share with the industry that more than 60%, close to maybe 2/3 or even more in certain products, are the life cycle costs comprises of the spares in the long term, which are sourced by the services. So naturally, anything you develop, design in country, build in country, is going to be sustained in country, and you are looking at a regular source of business. Now, as Assistant Chief of Air Staff Maintenance Plans, the indigenization vertical of the Indian Air Force being with me, what I would like to inform this audience is that the breakdown of the Soviet Union way back was the first real opportunity which the services took on themselves to move towards self-reliance as far as sustenance is concerned. And what do we have in the Indian Air Force to show you? We have indigenized more than 60,000 lines of spares so far. More than 40,000 are regularly being consumed even as on date. And these are all sourced largely from our MSME. I would also like to inform you that out of the 12,000 MSME, which you just heard one of the previous sectors speakers mentioning, close to 700 plus are registered directly with the Indian Air Force. And now what do we have for you in future? As you are aware, the government is moving towards total self-reliance, and we have tabled close to 600 lines, another 400 plus we are in the process of tabling on the Shrijan portal towards encouraging the industry to come forth with their proposals for manufacture in country. And these are all spares which will be regularly required for sustenance. We have moved on from the normal mandatory and our ARS spares, which are used very, very regularly, to even rotables and also sub-assemblies. The DEF Expo was to provide us with an opportunity to galvanize our efforts. And towards this, we have close to 200 lines already identified which we are now porting onto the Srijan portal, where all you need to do is you need to scan the QR code and you will be accessing the complete details of the requirements of these sub-assemblies and rotables, which again will be the building blocks towards the future. Now, when we talk of self-reliance, it's a very aerospace in particular is a very complex activity. And we need to start with small baby steps. So what do we have in service headquarters for you? We are offering you the opportunity to work on the overall of the various systems and sub-assemblies. So this is a big opportunity. 2 fleets which we are already targeting are the PC7 and the IL variants. We have geographically located all over India numerous base repair depots of the Indian Air Force. They have been working in collaboration with academia, with design houses of the DPSUs, with some of the private industry members. Like I said, close to 700 of those who are registered with us. And also, most importantly, with the various DRDO and CSR labs, which are located all over the country. What we are doing now is we are putting together various consortiums of these groups, and these BRDs, which are also our nodal technology centers, are being nominated for various types of groups of spares or sub-assemblies, structural assemblies, avionics, which they are going to target towards complete indigenization. And we are working on a very open framework, a modular open system framework, which will bring into fore not only defense technology frameworks, but also the frameworks which are already available in the civil sector. So we'll adopt those practices, we'll move forward, and this is how we intend to kick off the sustenance program of the Indian Air Force. We have our own indigenization portal for the Indian Air Force, in addition to the Srijan portal from the government, from the MOD, where we are listing out all the requirements. And let me share with you, these requirements are growing by the day. We are targeting now, in addition to this 60,000 lines, which we have already done, we are targeting a huge number for all the fleets, all the systems. We do not have some of the constraints which were mentioned by Mr. Jaju earlier. Let me share with you. We have our own manual of indigenization, and we have also sought in principle approval from the MOD, primarily to move into a defense indigenization manual extended to all the 3 service headquarters, so that we are not tied down by the numerous stipulations which are involved in capital procurements, in spite of all the reforms which are taking place. Furthermore, I would also like to tell you, we have our own quality assurance service. So our quality assurance service, which is housed and nested in all our base repair depots, looks after the quality assurance and overcomes the part of incorporating this practices by DGAQA of having too many control points, too many checkpoints. DGAQA is involved in some of our procurements for sustenance also, but by and large, major part is with the Indian Air Force in-house. So these are some of the advantages if you engage with the Indian Air Force, and I'm sure the other 2 service headquarters also have similar alignments with the industry. And we can take sustenance to be the building block towards the future of self-reliance. We also, like I told you, we are your developmental partners. We don't leave the development entirely to you. We have these collaborative groups which will be offered to you, which will engage with you as consultants and hold your hand. That is why whenever we deal with any vendor, MSME or DPSU also, we call it a vendor development rather than just procurement. That is the norm in the Indian Air Force. With these few words, I would like to thank once again PhD Chambers of Commerce for this opportunity for sharing our thoughts. Thank you. Jai Hind.
For sure, winds of change sweeping across the sector, and to hear it from the Air Vice Marshal himself on the indigenizing in the Indian Air Force, very heartening address indeed. It's now time to hear the Minister. Please join me, ladies and gentlemen, in welcoming Shri Bhanu Pratap Singh Verma, Honorable Minister of State for MSME, Government of India.
आज पीएचडी सीसीआई एवं एमएसएमई के संयुक्त तत्वावधान में आयोजित रक्षा और सुरक्षा संबंधी द्वितीय अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सम्मेलन में मंच पर उपस्थित किर्गिस्तान के उप रक्षा मंत्री श्री इब्राहिम अकीलबिक जी, हमारे पीएचडी सीसीआई के चेयरमैन श्री प्रदीप मुल्तानी जी, एयर वाइस मार्शल श्री बीएस सरीन जी, श्री एम.के. गुप्ता, अध्यक्ष पीएचडी सीसीआई डिफेंस एवं एससीएल कमेटी, सीएमडी श्री राजीव पुरी यंत्र इंडिया लिमिटेड, सीएमडी श्री राजेश चौधरी EWEIL, महासचिव श्री सौरभ सान्याल पीएचडी सीसीआई और विशेष रूप से आए हुए हमारे अतिथिगण, यहाँ सभी अधिकारीगण और विशेष रूप से हमारे एमएसएमई से जेएस मिस मर्सिया पाओ जी, विशेष रूप से मैं आए हुए सभी लोगों का मैं अपनी ओर से अभिनंदन करता हूं, क्योंकि विशेष रूप से मुझे कल 31 को इस कार्यक्रम में उपस्थित होना था और कल ही लोकसभा में, अभी भी लोकसभा चल रही है, और विशेष रूप से हमारे जो केंद्रीय मंत्री हैं रक्षा आदरणीय राजनाथ सिंह जी, आदरणीय हमारे रानी साहब, और विशेष रूप से उन्हें पीएम साहब ने मीटिंग में बुलाया है, इसलिए वो यहाँ उपस्थित नहीं हो पाए। और सूचना मिली है मुझे कल जो हमारे राज्य रक्षा मंत्री हैं वो कल शायद आप सब लोगों के साथ इस कार्यक्रम में पार्टिसिपेट करेंगे। विशेष रूप से आज हमारा जो भारत सरकार की मेक इन इंडिया भारत के प्रमुख उद्देश्यों में से एक एमएसएमई को डिफेंस सप्लाई चेन में लाना है। जिस तरह माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के विजन जो रक्षा क्षेत्र में देश की आत्मनिर्भरता को बढ़ावा देने का है की दिशा में योगदान देना है। तेजी से बढ़ रहे रक्षा निर्यात बाजार में एमएसएमई का योगदान भारतीय अर्थव्यवस्था की प्रगति का एक निसंदेह एक प्रमुख घटक है। भारत का एरोस्पेस और रक्षा क्षेत्र राजनीतिक क्षेत्र रूप से महत्वपूर्ण क्षेत्र है। यह अगले 10 वर्षों में लगभग 250 बिलियन अमेरिकी डॉलर के पूंजीगत व्यय के साथ मेक इन इंडिया के माध्यम से अवश्य ही शीर्ष बिंदु पर होगा। जिस तरह हमारी दुनिया में विविध प्रकार के परिवर्तन हो रहे हैं। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के मार्गदर्शन में मेक इन इंडिया पहल ने आत्मनिर्भर भारत अभियान को बढ़ावा दिया है। इसका लक्ष्य भारत की रक्षा जरूरतों का 70% स्वदेशी उत्पादन करना है। 2024 तक 5 ट्रिलियन अमेरिकी डॉलर की अर्थव्यवस्था को साकार करने के लिए मेक इन इंडिया के तहत A&D विनिर्माण क्षेत्र को सबसे प्रमुख क्षेत्रों में से एक के रूप में पहचाना गया है। भारत में 6 करोड़ से अधिक पंजीकृत और अपंजीकृत MSME हैं, जो देश के 80% कारोबार में हिस्सा ले रहे हैं। हजारों MSME पहले से ही गुणवत्ता वाले उत्पादों के साथ रक्षा निर्माण में महत्वपूर्ण योगदान दे रहे हैं। आप सभी को जानकर हर्ष होगा कि भारत में मैन्युफैक्चरिंग में लगे 50% मैन पावर MSME का लगा हुआ है। पिछले 7 वर्षों में लगभग निर्यात 38,000 करोड़ रुपए का आंकड़ा पार कर रहा है और अनुसंधान एवं विकास, स्टार्टअप, नवाचार और रोजगार में अप्रत्याशित वृद्धि हुई है। सरकार ने हाल ही में सभी CPSE के MSME में उनकी कुल खरीद के लिए 20% के बजाय 25% खरीदना अनिवार्य करने के आदेश को संशोधित किया है। MSE से कुल वार्षिक खरीद में से लक्ष्य के भीतर 3% महिलाओं के स्वामित्व वाले MSE के खरीद के लिए निर्धारित किया गया है और साथ ही साथ SC/ST के उद्यमियों के लिए स्वामित्व वाले MSE के खरीद के लिए वार्षिक खरीद में से 4% का लक्ष्य निर्धारित किया है। विशेष रूप से रक्षा के लिए रक्षा मंत्रालय ने क्षेत्र में MSE के विकास को बढ़ावा देने के लिए कुछ महत्वपूर्ण कदम उठाए हैं। ये कदम रक्षा मंत्रालय के आत्मनिर्भरता के पथ पर आगे बढ़ने और रक्षा उपकरणों के स्वदेशी उत्पादन के उच्च स्तर को प्राप्त करने के उद्देश्य के अनुसार हैं। इसके अलावा रक्षा अधिग्रहण प्रक्रिया 2020 ने इस क्षेत्र में MSME को बढ़ावा देने के लिए रक्षा मंत्रालय द्वारा किए जा रहे कई उपायों पर विशेष रूप से जोर दिया है। हमारे यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री जी ने डिफेंस सेक्टर में आत्मनिर्भरता का जो निर्णय लिया है, उसके तहत उत्तर प्रदेश और तमिलनाडु में डिफेंस कॉरिडोर बनाए जा रहे हैं। MSME की जिस तरह से रक्षा क्षेत्र से जुड़ रहे हैं वह बहुत ही प्रेरक है। कोविड-19 की शुरुआत के ठीक पहले माननीय रक्षा मंत्री जी आदरणीय श्री राजनाथ सिंह जी ने लखनऊ में डिफेंस एक्सपो का आयोजन किया था, जिसमें भारी संख्या में MSME ने प्रतिभाग किया था। इसी का परिणाम है कि शीघ्र ही दुनिया में सबसे विकसित रक्षा तकनीकियों में से एक ब्रह्मोस मिसाइल की मैन्युफैक्चरिंग लखनऊ में हो रही है। विशेष रूप से आप सभी को पता ही है कि किस तरह ब्रह्मोस मिसाइल की अंतरराष्ट्रीय स्तर पर मांग अचानक बढ़ गई है। MSME मंत्रालय ने एक नीति दस्तावेज का मसौदा भी तैयार किया है, जिसके माध्यम से MSME क्षेत्र के तेजी से विकास के लिए एक जीवंत सुविधा प्रदान की जा रही है। इतना ही नहीं, MSME को उसके सर्वोत्तम तरीके से बढ़ावा देने के लिए हितधारकों की संवेदनशीलता के साथ पहचान की जाएगी, जिससे MSME के लिए अनुकूल सुविधाओं तक पहुंच सुनिश्चित हो सके। मंत्रालय MSME के लिए सुलभ और किफायती प्रौद्योगिकी उन्नयन और क्षमता निर्माण के साथ साथ हितधारकों, विशेष रूप से MSME को सेवाएं प्रदान करने के लिए तकनीकी प्रकृति की क्षमता का उपयोग करने के लिए एक ढांचा विकसित कर रहा है। इस नीति में ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस और अनुकूल कारोबारी माहौल को बढ़ावा देने के लिए तंत्र को भी शामिल किया जाएगा। और उचित विवाद समाधान तंत्र को भी विकसित किया जाएगा। ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस के अधिकांश मुद्दे नियामक मापदंडों से जुड़े हैं, इसलिए एमएसएमई मंत्रालय द्वारा इस दिशा में पहला कदम एमएसएमई के वर्गीकरण मापदंड में उचित बदलाव लाकर उठाया गया है। नई परिभाषा में मापदंड 1 जुलाई 2020 से लागू हो गए हैं। प्रौद्योगिकी में प्रगति को ध्यान में रखते हुए मंत्रालय एक समन्वित तरीके से एमएसएमई क्षेत्र में प्रौद्योगिकी विकास और अनुसंधान एवं विकास गतिविधियों को प्रोत्साहन करने वाली एक केंद्रित संस्था का विकास करेगा और इसे स्किल डेवलपमेंट के लिए शुरू किया गया है, जहां विभिन्न योजनाओं के जिला स्तर पर लक्ष्य रखा जाएगा। आपको जानकर हर्ष होगा कि हाल ही में एमएसएमई मंत्रालय ने झांसी में एक टूल सेंटर को अप्रूव किया है, जिसमें हजारों युवकों को तकनीकी कौशल प्रदान की जाएगी, जिससे डिफेंस इंडस्ट्रियल कॉरिडोर जैसे सरकार के महत्वाकांक्षी योजनाओं में कुशल तकनीकियों की कमी ना हो सके और साथ ही साथ रोजगार के अवसर बढ़ सके। भारत सरकार ने 5 वर्षों में भारतीय अर्थव्यवस्था को दोगुना करके $5 ट्रिलियन अमेरिकी डॉलर करने की कल्पना की है। इस लक्ष्य को प्राप्त करने के लिए युवा आबादी के लिए कैरियर के अवसर पैदा हुए हैं और निश्चित रूप से एमएसएमई क्षेत्र में एक प्रमुख रोजगार जनरेटर के रूप में काम करने की क्षमता है। इसलिए सरकार इस क्षेत्र में नई नौकरियां पैदा करने के लिए एमएसएमई को प्रोत्साहन दे रही है। इसके अलावा सरकार का लक्ष्य निर्यात में एमएसएमई की हिस्सेदारी और जीडीपी में उसके योगदान को अधिक से अधिक बढ़ाना है। मैं आप सभी को कैबिनेट मिनिस्टर एमएसएमई तथा समस्त मंत्रालय की ओर से आश्वस्त करना चाहता हूं कि मंत्रालय के दरवाजे आप सभी के स्वागत के लिए हमेशा खुले हैं। आप कोई भी सुझाव लेकर आना चाहें या किसी समस्या के समाधान के लिए आना चाहें तो हम सब आपका स्वागत के लिए करेंगे, हमेशा तत्पर रहेंगे। ये मोदी सरकार है जिसकी कथनी और करनी में कोई भिन्नता नहीं है। इसलिए हम एमएसएमई, अगर एमएसएमई को एक और नाम दे सकते हैं तो एम से होगा मोदी, एस से होगा से, एम से होगा मुमकिन और ई से होगा इंटरप्राइजेस, मतलब मोदी से मुमकिन इंटरप्राइजेस। विशेष रूप से आइए हम सब मिलकर न्यू इंडिया के निर्माण में पूरी लगन के साथ काम करें। पुनः यहाँ आए हुए सभी लोगों का मैं अपनी ओर से अभिनंदन करता हूँ, स्वागत करता हूँ और अपनी बात समाप्त करता हूँ। जय हिंद, जय भारत, वंदे मातरम।
Mantri ji ka dhanyawad. Very reassuring address where he spoke of keeping the doors open for MSME as far as the ministry and its plans are concerned. I would now like to invite our very special guest of honor, Mr. Akhil Bek Ibrahim, to address the gathering.
Его превосходительство Пради Мультане, уважаемые дамы и господа, в первую очередь хотел бы поблагодарить индийскую сторону за приглашение, гостеприимство и оказанный теплый прием. Также хотел бы горячо поприветствовать участников второй международной конференции по обороне и безопасности и выразить удовлетворение возможности участия в данном мероприятии, поскольку это предоставляет прекрасную возможность личного общения и обмена мнениями по самым актуальным проблемам противодействия существующим вызовам и угрозам.
So, at the second International Conference on Defense Security, New Delhi, His Excellency Dr. Ajay Kumar, His Excellency Pradeep Multani, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to thank the Indian side for the invitation, hospitality, and a warm welcome. I would like also to warmly welcome the participants of the second International Conference on Defense and Security and express satisfaction with the opportunity to participate in this event, as it provides an excellent opportunity for personal communication and exchange of views on the most expressing problems of countering existing challenges and threats.
В условиях современной глобализации Индия является одним из мощнейших центров международного развития, где сосредоточены огромные человеческие и экономические ресурсы. Учитывая данное обстоятельство, убежден, что результаты конференции внесут весомый вклад и усилия мирового сообщества в сохранение международного мира и безопасности. Уважаемые коллеги, говоря о вопросах обороны и безопасности, хотел бы начать свою речь с возможных угроз международного терроризма. В современном мире, когда международный терроризм является дестабилизирующим фактором не только национальной и региональной стабильности и безопасности, но и становится одной из главных глобальных угроз мировому порядку, роль международного сообщества в борьбе с международным терроризмом обретает все большую значимость.
In the context of modern globalization, India is one of the most powerful centers of international development, where huge human and economic resources are concentrated. Given this circumstance, I am convinced that the results of the contribution of the community to the preservation of international peace and security of the world. Modern models of weapons, military and special equipment, the issues addressed at today's conference are directly related to the production and export of defense products, as well as challenges and opportunities in adapting and modernizing the needs of defense sector.
Способность международных террористических организаций к быстрой трансформации, гибкому реагированию на изменяющиеся условия военно-политической обстановки не может не вызывать определенных опасений. Активные действия террористических группировок в различных точках мира требуют от мирового сообщества современных, действенных и адекватных мер. Признавая ключевую роль Организации Объединенных Наций в этой общей борьбе, мы приветствуем сотрудничество региональных организаций в установлении международного мира и безопасности.
The enterprises of the military industry only do not produce military and dual-use products, but also take a direct part in economic developments of the state, are a platform for the introduction of innovative developments and act as a catalyst for the modernization of national economy. The military industrial complex of our countries is considered as part of the domestic economy and is an element of effective functioning of an important state since it provides military security, participates in shaping economic growth and plays its role in ensuring national security as well as economic security as part of national one. The issues of development of military industry enterprises affect the economic security of the entire country due to interconnectedness of its elements. In our opinion, such elements are the issues of fulfillment of state defense orders, maintenance, scientific and technical potentials of the country, keeping brains and capital within its borders, maintaining and opening new markets for military products. Many enterprises that are part of military industrial complex are connected by cooperative ties not only among themselves, but also with the production organization that produce civilian products.
Дамы и господа, затрагивая сегодняшнюю повестку дня, хотел бы отметить, что ключевым фактором и обеспечения безопасности государства, безусловно, является уровень оснащенности наших подразделений современными образцами вооружений, военной и специальной техники. Вопросы, рассматриваемые на сегодняшней конференции, напрямую связаны с производством и экспортом оборонной продукции, а также вызовами и возможностями в адаптации и модернизации потребностей оборонного сектора.
At the same time, in some cases, foreign companies are used supplies of the necessary components for manufactured products. The main problems of ensuring the security of the defense industry can be attributed to the relative dependence of defense enterprises on foreign supplies. Obviously, ensuring the further development of what is important for defense enterprises is a strategic issue, and their further development becomes the number one task, not only for the enterprises themselves, but also for the state as a whole. At the same time, the peculiarity of ensuring economic security of enterprises lies in the protection of scientific, technical, technological production and personal potential of enterprises from direct and indirect economic threats and its ability to reproduce. Dear colleagues, at the end of my
Предприятия военной промышленности не только производят продукцию военного и двойного назначения, но и принимают непосредственное участие в экономическом развитии государства, является площадкой, на которой осуществляется внедрение инновационных разработок, выступает катализатором для процессов модернизации национальной экономики. Оборонно-промышленный комплекс наших стран рассматривается как часть отечественной экономики и является важным элементом эффективного функционирования государства, поскольку обеспечивает военную безопасность, участвует в формировании экономического роста и проявляет свою роль в обеспечении национальной безопасности, а также экономической безопасности как части национальной.
Dear colleagues, at the end of my speech, I would like to once again the intentions of Kyrgyz Republic for the future. Speaking of defense and security issues, I would like to begin my speech with the possible threats of international terrorism. In the modern world, when international terrorism is a destabilizing factor not only for national and regional stability and security, but also becomes one of the main global threats to the world order. The role of international community in the fight against international terrorism is becoming increasingly important. The ability of international terrorist organizations to rapidly transform and respond flexibility to changing conditions in the military political situation cannot but cause certain concern.
Вопрос развития предприятий военной промышленности влияет на экономическую безопасность всей страны в связи с взаимосвязанностью ее элементов. На наш взгляд, таковыми элементами являются вопросы поддержания инвестиционной и инновационной активности, выполнения государственных оборонных заказов, поддержания военно-технического потенциала страны, удержания умов и капитала в пределах своих границ, поддержания открытия новых рынков сбыта военной продукции.
The active actions of terrorist groups in various parts of the world require timely, effective, and adequately measures from the world community. Recognizing the key role of UN in this common struggle, we welcome the cooperation of regional organizations in the establishment of international peace and security.
Многие предприятия, входящие в состав оборонно-промышленного комплекса, соединены кооперационными связями не только между собой, но и с производственными организациями, выпускающими продукцию гражданского назначения. При этом в некоторых случаях используются и иностранные компании, поставщики необходимых комплектующих выпускаемой продукции. В основном проблемам обеспечения безопасности оборонно-промышленного комплекса можно отнести относительную зависимость оборонных предприятий от иностранных поставщиков.
Touching upon today's agenda, I would like to note that key factor in ensuring the security of the state, who is the level of equipment of our units, effective cooperation to reach the level of risk targets.
Очевидно, что обеспечение дальнейшего развития оборонных предприятий является стратегически важным вопросом, и дальнейшее их развитие становится задачей номер один не только для самых предприятий, но и государства в целом. При этом особенность обеспечения экономической безопасности предприятий заключается в защищенности научно-технического, технологического, производственного и кадрового потенциала предприятий от прямых и косвенных экономических угроз и способности к его воспроизводству.
Both at the national and regional level, our country is open to cooperation on the entire spectrum of issues on the joint agenda, including cooperation on mutual deliveries of military products.
Уважаемые коллеги, в завершении своего выступления хотел бы еще раз подтвердить намерение Кыргызской Республики на дальнейшее плодотворное сотрудничество в целях повышения уровня безопасности как на национальном, так и региональном уровне. Наша страна открыта к сотрудничеству по всем вопросам, по всему спектру вопросов совместной повестки дня, в том числе и кооперации по взаимным поставкам военной продукции.
Dear colleague, at the end of my speech, I would like to once again the intentions of Kyrgyz Republic for the future. Dear colleagues, speaking of defense and security issues, I would like to begin my speech that possible threats in modern world when international terrorism is destabilizing factor, not for national and regional. For becoming increasingly important, the ability of international terrorist organizations to rapidly transform and respond flexibility to changing conditions.
В заключение своего выступления позвольте пожелать всем присутствующим крепкого здоровья и успехов в деятельности на благо мирного труда наших народов. Благодарю за внимание.
In conclusion, I wish you good health and success in your activity for the benefit of peaceful labor of our people. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much.
Absolutely wonderful, wasn't it, to hear from the Deputy of Defense Minister, Government of Kyrgyzstan, very heartfelt address, of course, covering an entire broad spectrum. Thank you. With that, we come to the wrap of this part of the program. I would like to invite Colonel Saurabh Sanyal, Secretary General, PhD CCI, to propose a vote of thanks.
Thank you, Vasanti. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Distinguished Shri Bhanu Pratap Singh Verma, Honorable Union Minister of State for MSME, Government of India. We thank you from the core of the heart, sir, for sparing your valuable time and to address the industry on this important subject of the second international conference on defense and security. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank Mr. Ibrahim Akilib, Deputy of the Honorable Defense Minister, Government of Kyrgyzstan, and his entire team from the procurement division coming to India, Delhi, and addressing this conference. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for your conference, for your address. Shri Sanjay Jaju, Additional Secretary, Defense Production, Government of India, for giving a very inspirational and motivational address to all the MSMEs who are present here and all the defense, all this industry which is in the defense manufacturing sector. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your special address. Shri Rajesh Chaudhary, CMD AWEIL, for his beautiful remarks and opening up the collaboration with the MSME industry and the ordnance factories. Shri Rajiv Puri, CMD Yantra India Limited, which has also come up as a new initiative and as a corporate company from the ordnance factory, preparing for all the excellent defense platforms which are coming up, including the Pinaka, which was mentioned by him. Thank you so much, sir, for your address. Air Vice Marshal P.S. Sareen, Vishesh Seva Medal, Assistant Chief of the Staff Maintenance Plans, Indian Air Force. Thank you, sir, for your address. And we have always been very, very active in collaborating with the Indian Air Force since time immemorial. A large number of MSMEs through our platform, through the PhD CCI platform, have been collaborating and producing spares for the Indian Air Force aircrafts. And we are very happy that you spared your time and came here, sir, and addressed us. Mrs. Mercy Ipau, the Joint Secretary MSME, a special word of thanks to her. She is the architect of this conference, and without her active support, let me tell you, ladies and gentlemen, and all the industry members, this conference would not have been possible. So thank you, Mercy ji, for being absolutely candid and supportive of PhD CCI. I would like to thank Shri Pradeep Multani, our President PhD CCI, for setting the tone and tenor of this conference and welcoming all the senior dignitaries on the dais. Thank you, sir. Thank you for sparing your time. Shri M.K. Gupta ji, our Chair, PhD CCI, Defense and HLS Committee. Without your active support and guidance, we couldn't have put this conference forward. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for your support and inspiration. I would like to specially thank the Excellencies, Defense Attaches, diplomats from all the different countries, our foreign delegates from Bulgaria, Romania, Spain, Kyrgyzstan, and all other countries who are present here, for sparing their time and coming to attend this conference. Thank you so much from the core of heart of PhD CCI. I would like to thank the friends from media who are here for coming for this international conference and interacting with the industry members. Without much ado, in times of crisis, as we know, as the war clouds loom between Russia and Ukraine, it's time to hold the industry all together with all the positive spirits and bounce back into defense manufacturing and with greater strength in the coming times. With these words, I would close here. Thank you and Jai Hind.
That comprehensive list of gratitude by Colonel Sanyal should give us all an idea of what it takes to put together an international conference of this scale. And as Mr. Sanjay Jaju mentioned, one of the first in person. So that energy shows in the hall. Thank you. I'd just like to say in next few minutes, we're going to have the role of MSMEs, a technical session, and all the speakers and panelists are ready. But meanwhile, tea waits for us. While thanking all the dignitaries, I would like to call the session to a close. It's me, Vasanthi Hariprakash, and I'll see you again in a few minutes. I'd also like to announce on behalf of the organizers that in view of time constraints, it's only a 10-minute break. If you could please help us in keeping this in order, please reassemble back in this hall in 10 minutes from now. Thank you.
PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industry symbolizes progress, harmony, and development. For the last 116 years, PhD CCI has been serving the nation. PhD CCI reaches out to 150,000 companies with focus on the development of large, medium, and small businesses. PhD CCI has co-opted national and international industry associations and organizations through over 151 global MOUs and more than 60 domestic MOUs. With access to governments and international forums, PhD CCI ensures that the voice of our members is heard by those who make decisions that ultimately affect their bottom line. The mission of the PhD CCI is to provide a proactive leadership role by providing quality services, to act as a catalyst for rapid economic development and prosperity through promotion of trade, industry, and services, to strengthen technological advancement through effective industry-government research partnership, to emphasize productivity, improve work ethos, and encourage business ethics, to effectively project credibility and commitment of business to the society at large. To support its members, the Chamber has expert committees, state committees, and task force. PhD CCI brings together intense research, ideation, and advocacy to support businesses. They support the members proactively through intense research and advocacy. Not only members, they also support the government in formulating prominent policies that support economic growth. With this, the Chamber brings out a unique opportunity to network nationally and internationally. PHD at its headquarters in Delhi and its regional offices at Chandigarh, Jaipur, and Lucknow provides unique facilities for conferences and business networking events to its members. The prominent services of the PhD CCI are ideation and research on topical issues through expert committees and task forces, advisory services to business on corporate affairs, taxation, finance, capital markets, etc. Certification services for origin of goods for exporters and other documents, capacity development through trainings and workshops, interface services with central and state governments, corporate social responsibility through voluntary organization. So, an association with PhD CCI would add value to your business. PhD CCI offers memberships under the categories Patron, Star, Ordinary, Association, and Professional. Benefits to Patron and Star members: get opportunities to be part of the managing committee, may get opportunity to be the chair or co-chair of various committees, opportunity to be a delegation member to meet government and statutory bodies, get branding and publicity, to avail the facilities of the library and business lounge of the PhD chamber. The patron members and star members will have their logos displayed on the PhD website and PhD bulletin. Additionally, special discounts to members availing PhD CCI's infrastructure facilities. For more details, please visit our website www.phdcci.in. We welcome you to join PhD CCI, be a part of the golden story of more than a century, and be a part of the nation's growth.
In the passage of time, intermittently, an era takes shape and attains eternal growth. That Amrita, or immortal era of India, has blissfully arrived. Propelled by the vision of the Honorable Prime Minister of India, standing at its 75th years of independence, is poised to shape its era of growth, greatness, and preeminence.
अमृत काल का लक्ष्य है एक ऐसे भारत का निर्माण जहां दुनिया का हर आधुनिक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर हो.
While celebrating Amrit Mahotsav of its independence, PhD CCI, along with the entire nation, offers heartfelt homage to the freedom fighters, defense forces, doctors, and frontline warriors for their supreme sacrifices and invaluable contributions. A true forerunner of Indian aspirations since 1905, PhD CCI has been a proud partner of nation's growth journey so far. PhD CCI has been taking persistent steps in congruence of Atmanirbhar Bharat mantra, endeavoring unceasingly to augment partnership and investment.
We must celebrate a glorious journey and keep the resolve to continue working together for nation making and deepening India's footprints across the globe. As a peaceful country and one of the fastest growing economies of the world, India offers a great hope today, and our efforts will further vitalize its prominence in the world order.
Our commitment is the part of our legacy, clearly directing the interests of business and merchandise community of India, while working in tandem with the government and policymaker. Our legacy has been a continued chronicle of meaningful contribution towards taking the nation on the path of prosperity. A national apex chamber, which reaches out to 150,000 businesses and one of the premier chambers in India, to have been accredited with diamond grade by NABED QCI at national and international level. PhD CCI extends best support to the stakeholders from the close quarters. We have been contributing in 6 thrust areas: industrial development, education and skill development, infrastructure, health, housing, agriculture, and agribusiness. Essential to put the economy on the fast track, our engagement in these thrust areas will go a long way towards supporting the Gati Shakti Abhiyan, announced on the historical occasion of 75th Independence Day, marked as the beginning of Amrit Mahotsav of the Independence.
PhD, with its wings spread across 17 states through local chapters, hopes to help the unicorns of tomorrow grow wings and help them take the first flight. PhD CCI takes pride in its continuous dialogue with the government as well.
PhD CCI continuously contributes towards structural improvement in export and logistics infrastructure, supply chain management and value chains of MSMEs and startups, and simplification of various export incentive schemes with the aim to push the growth trajectory of exports to the next level. Enhancing India's export competitiveness along with catalyzing diversification of export markets have been priorities for us during the ongoing Amrit Mahotsav.
PhD Chamber opines that the allocation of 100 trillion for Gati Shakti for building a foundation for integrated infrastructure growth will surely speed up economic recovery. This increased spending on infrastructure will have a multiplier effect to rejuvenate the aggregate demand in the economy, particularly for sectors such as cement, metal, power, and more importantly, also generate jobs. The Gati Shakti Master Plan is expected to boost infrastructure by integrating key modes of transportation, railways, highways, inland waterways, and airports, thereby reducing logistic costs.
The Chamber has been a thought leader, and more than 40% of the representations sent by the Chamber have been accepted by the government.
Thanks to the massive infusion of funds announced by our Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi, rupees 30 lakh crores under the Atmanirbhar Bharat Abhiyan for various segments of the economy, and rupees 100 lakh crores for infrastructure Gati Shakti Master Plan. India now stands at an inflection point with the expectation that our economy is set to achieve $5 trillion GDP by 2027.
During this global pandemic and travel restrictions too, the PhD-CCI has organized more than 600 national and international events and conferences in virtual, physical, as well as hybrid modes. We have also been simultaneously enriching the lives of millions fellow citizens through our CSR IMR platform. The two foundations, namely FWF and RDF, represent our deep dedication through their interventions for environment protection and well-being of marginalized population. In the past year, we put relentless efforts to alleviate the sufferings of COVID-affected population through financial contributions as well as relief works and support programs.
The members of the PhD Chamber once again rose to the challenge during COVID-19 crisis by contributing over rupees 528 crores towards the PM CARES Fund. And through its Family Welfare Foundation, we are contributing 12 oxygen plants for hospitals in Delhi, Haryana, Maharashtra, Himachal Pradesh, and Rajasthan.
We must appreciate that India has world's largest coverage in terms of vaccinated population, mostly based on indigenously manufactured doses. We call upon all stakeholders and citizens to defeat the menace of the ongoing pandemic by getting ourselves vaccinated and observing COVID-appropriate behavior. As our Honorable Prime Minister once advised us,
the post-COVID-19 order will be about relearning, rethinking, re-innovating, and reinventing in almost every field.
PhD-CCI believes that India shall emerge as a leader amongst the world economies in its Amrit Mahotsav. At this historical juncture of India's emergence, the PhD Chamber stands like a pillar of strength for the industry and in solidarity with the government to make our nation an economic powerhouse.
PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industry symbolizes progress, harmony, and development. For the last 116 years, PhD CCI has been serving the nation. PhD CCI reaches out to 150,000 companies with focus on the development of large, medium, and small businesses. PhD CCI has co-opted national and international industry associations and organizations through over 151 global MOUs and more than 60 domestic MOUs. With access to governments and international forums, PhD CCI ensures that the voice of our members is heard by those who make decisions that ultimately affect their bottom line. The mission of the PhD CCI is to provide a proactive leadership role by providing quality services, to act as a catalyst for rapid economic development and prosperity through promotion of trade, industry, and services, to strengthen technological advancement.
If I can be heard across the room and beyond the room, may I take this opportunity to invite you to the technical session. Ladies and gentlemen, the speakers are here, the panelists are here. I request you to start moving towards your seats so that we may begin the session as we propose to. I request the help of volunteers and the house to please lead people back into this space. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now beginning the session. I'm going to be inviting the speakers onto the stage. If you can hear me, may I request all of you to take your seats once again. I know I may be interrupting conversations, but all of us are here for a purpose. And so I would like to take this opportunity to tell you that our session needs to begin now. Yes, I can see guests who are coming inside. May I request you to please proceed towards your seats as quickly as you can. Thank you. Let's repeat the request to have the guests back in the room and for people to take your seats as I invite the audience. Ladies and gentlemen, we now begin the technical session, and the title of which is Role of MSMEs in Making India a Defense Manufacturing Hub. We have speakers in our midst, before which I'm again going to request to please take your seats. The speakers need to be heard. The panel needs to go on. Those at the back of this hall, please do make your way towards your seats. For those of us who have settled in the place here, please join me in welcoming with a round of applause the chair of this session, Ms. Mercy Ipao, Joint Secretary, Ministry of MSME, Government of India. You heard Colonel Sanyal speaking a few minutes back where he said that she was really responsible in her part in putting this together. Most welcome, Ms. Mercy Ipao. Moderator, Colonel K.V. Kuber, Director, Aerospace and Defense. Ernst & Young, may I welcome you, Colonel Kuber. Thank you indeed. Great to meet you again. It so happens that when we are anchoring this, we tend to have a note of familiarity with the speakers as well. I'm Vasanthi Hariprakash. I welcome you once again. Reminding the audience of this technical session, please take full advantage. Dr. Mayank Dwivedi, would like to now invite you, Director, Industry, Interface and Technology Management, DRDO. Mr. Hari Mohan, ex-Chairman and Director General, Ordnance Factory Board, Ministry of Defense. Mr. William L. Blair, VP and Chief Executive, Lockheed Martin India Private Limited. Yes, the audience applause can reflect the tea and muffins and sandwiches that we've energized ourselves with. Mr. Prakash Agarwal, I'd like to invite you now, General Manager, Munitions India Limited. Also would like to invite Mr. Armando Salvador Toro. Mr. Armando Toro from the GECI Group Spain is going to be joining us in a few minutes. I would like to hand the proceedings over to the chair. Ms. Masipao, it's now over to you.
Very good afternoon. Sorry to interrupt your tea time and also your networking time, but as we know that we are behind time, we have to move on. So I would like to thank all the participants here and my wonderful panelists who are experts in the subject. They will be sharing their knowledge, and I'm sure this session will be very enriching. The title of the session is Role of MSMEs in Making India a Defense Manufacturing Hub. As we know that, thank you. As we know that MSME is multi-sectoral, and it is a very vibrant sector. And we know that we have more than 6 crore units, and we employ more than 11 crore people only next to agriculture. And we contribute significantly to exports. And we know that the good news that we recently heard is we have crossed the target 9 days before the deadline, that is 31st of March. And so we congratulate all the industries who have done wonderfully in this sector. MSME as a ministry, we deal with policies, and we are constantly in touch with the academia and also the industry bodies, association, chambers, and we are also in touch with all the entrepreneurs to understand the pulse and also to address the gap, if any. And so we are constantly working to put in place the policies that are required for a vibrant MSMEs. Recently, if you know, that we have launched a RuPay card, which is for the MSMEs. And by the way, when I talk about MSMEs, we are talking about micro in a very big way, because MSME Ministry micro contains, I think, about 95% or more. And so we are really concentrating or looking at the micro segment, but that is a very important component because it contributes a great deal of all the parts and manufacturing under the umbrella of industries. So we have all the policies in place to handhold them, to give them support, so that from micro they can become small, and from small they can become medium, and so on. We also have brought out a new definition of MSMEs that are helping our MSMEs to be in sync and compatible with the global definition. So that was a very big help. And we also have so many other schemes that helps to build a backward linkage, because for the ecosystem, the value chain to be there, the backward linkage and the forward linkage are very important. So backward linkage, we have several schemes for that. And we also have a champion scheme called Z, Zero Effect and Zero Defect, to be able to meet with the standards of the global companies. And we also have recently launched the innovation scheme, under which we have design component, because many of our MSMEs require new design. So we have host institute with the national institutes such as NIIT, NID, IITs, IIS. We have made them as host institute, and we are bringing in new design intervention, incubation, and also IPR. This was launched only this month by our Honorable Minister. And also our ministry, we are also constantly working with the industry and also the institutes as to what kind of skillings are required, because skilling is a very important component. So the various skilling programs that we are having, we are constantly in touch with the industry so as to understand the need and to provide the required skilling and training. And we know that India is now considered the second most preferred destination for manufacture. So I'm sure that this particular summit that PhD has organized for the MSMEs in defense sector will be a very good learning chapter. And through this, some good roadmaps, outcome will come out, and we will get the good report, and we will also try to imbibe some of these things into our policies. Thank you very much. And I now hand over to my colleague.
I was just waiting for a good round of applause for Mercy Apau. So, so ladies and gentlemen, let me begin by telling Mercy Apau, merci beaucoup. That was very nice. Thank you very much for that opening remarks from your side. And coming from the Ministry of MSME, I think that's pretty encouraging for the MSMEs. I want to begin with the theme line that I've been using for the last 2 decades. If India lives in villages, industry lives in MSMEs. Thank you. So ladies and gentlemen, if the industry were to forget this fundamental aspect of the dependency that they have on MSMEs, then you can talk of Atmanirbhar, you can talk of any other Atma Santushti. You will not get Atma Santushti because the heart of the industry lies in the MSMEs. I've been hearing a lot that the large industries go down to the last penny and squeeze the MSMEs when it comes to pricing, when it comes to, I think, while the industry participates in large programs with the Ministry of Defense, I would expect that magnanimity to be passed on to the MSMEs. After all, if they thrive, the fundamentals will be strong. When the foundation of the industry is strong, the industry will, as it is, grow. On behalf of PhD Chambers, I think this is one of the best sessions that we are seeing in the last about 3-4 years. And I really welcome you to this event on the role of MSMEs in making India a defense manufacturing hub. I mean, I see that if there is a role, the role is only for the MSMEs. So with a focus on enhancing indigenous content, the Atmanirbhar Bharat program was launched, and fostering innovation through startups and MSMEs. Only last week, the apex body of the Ministry of Defense, the Defense Acquisition Council, accorded acceptance of necessity for procurements amounting to 380 crores in the IDEX scheme. IDEX is one of the wonderful initiatives launched by the Ministry of Defense. And today we are coming out with IDEX Prime, wherein the funding will be 10 crores and with the collateral funding, it will be 20 crores. So we are looking at each startup getting 20 crores of funding. And we are looking at serious startups, and that's a very good initiative from the MOD. The DAC approved simplified procedures for IDEX. And Mr. Jaju was speaking about it in the morning, where he said he'll conclude the contracts within 4 months. Even for the Make 2, the procedure has been pretty simplified with composite trials. And earlier this month, a very interesting thing happened in the industry. The low orbit pseudo satellite was identified as one of the flagship programs and is going to be funded. The first round of funding has been raised by NSRL up to 22 million, and they are only going skywards. And this is somewhere between a mail and a hail. And I was interacting with Wing Commander Samir Joshi, maybe last year, when he flew the 75 swarm drones during the Army Day parade. I think it was a spectacular event. And in terms of the global supply chain, we are going to hear Bill Blair talking about it. and how companies like Lockheed Martin are integrating MSMEs into the global supply chain. And for instance, I can talk about only last year, DRDO and the Directorate of Defense Research and Development, DDR&D, entered into bilateral innovation agreement, BIA, to promote innovation and accelerated R&D in startups and MSMEs of both countries. So the Army announced that it had issued 12 project sanction orders. The DAP 2020 encourages MSMEs. Make category projects with procurements not exceeding 100 crores are, and I believe that the EMD has also been waived off. Earlier, we used to keep battling between the Ministry of MSME and the MOD to say that why can't the Ministry of MSME come and give a corporate guarantee to the MSMEs so that they are not burdened with the IPBG, the Integrated Packed Bank Guarantee, which the MOD always kept insisting. But now I think that is getting solved. The FOEMs get a multiplier of 1.5 in their for choosing MSMEs as their IOPs. So, ladies and gentlemen, the draft defense production and export promotion policy aims to achieve 1,75,000 crores of defense production. Today we are at 70,000 crores. I think we are going to have a double jump over there, and that calls for a larger number of MSMEs to participate in this whole thing. I just want to give you a very small snapshot of what happened in the last 3 months. I've been analyzing the various RFIs and RFPs that come out from the indigenization directorates, all the indigenization directorate from at least the 2 services I've seen, they are here, from the Navy and the Air Force. I really didn't see anybody from the Army, but then yes, they've also contributed a lot in this. And I'll just give you a small analysis. There have been total of 161 RFPs in January, 13 in ammunition, 31 in electronics, 4 in drones, fabrication and machining 12, MROs and spares 78, shipbuilding and repair 12, DCPP, the development cum production model 1, and simulators 4. In February, ammunition 2, electronics 11, drones 4, machining fabrication 8, MROs and spares 115, shipbuilding and repair 7, and simulators 1. In March, it was 9 for ammunition, 17 for electronics. I'll just skip that and say 118 for MRO and spares, and it was total of 219. So between these 3 months, we have seen something like 450 RFPs that have come out. And I was trying to put a figure to it because it's only a guesstimate I can do at this stage as a consultant. So when in EY, we worked on this and we deliberated, we put a just estimate on this. And we found that even if I were to give a very conservative estimate, I'm talking about 1,000 crores. 1,000 crores of opportunities in 3 months. And when I see the spares, MRO 78, 115, 118, all these are in the MSME ambit. So I really wish that we are able to pick up on this. I really wish that we are able to go forward on this. I recently saw a 3D engine being printed by Rolls-Royce for the latest helicopters that the US will be inaugurating pretty soon, and they've chosen Bell and Lockheed, I believe, for making the 2 prototypes on which this engine will be tried, which is the 3D printed engine. And once again, of course, Bill will talk to you about it, how they have this whole system of engaging with the industries where they have this concept of SBUs, small business units. And ladies and gentlemen, I'm not going to take more of your time because I think the panel needs to talk, and then we'll ask some questions to the panels. I'll expect the audience to be ready with a few questions, and I will ask some questions on my own. So I will ask the person from the 4th floor of DRDO, the most friendly floor you find over there. Of course, all floors are friendly. Somebody else should not take an offense. But my interaction with the 4th floor has been very, very intense. I've been an advisor with the DRDO for 2 years post my retirement, and I've been operating on the floor. But then I'm very proud and happy to say Dr. Mayank Dwivedi, who now heads the DIITM, the Department of Industrial Interface and Technology Management, is one of the most vociferous, one of the most supportive, and he's the person you should seek an audience. Probably he'll give you before you seek that. Dr. Mayank Dwivedi, all yours for your opening remarks.
Ms. Mercy Pao, Joint Secretary MSME, Government of India, my elite panelist, co-panelist, officials from PhD Chamber of Commerce, my industry partners, foreign delegates, friends from media, ladies and gentlemen, very good afternoon to you all. First of all, I thank PhD Chamber of Commerce that for inviting me for the second international conference on defense and security. And it is my privilege as from the R&D point of view from DRDO side. I'm the lone speaker and I will be putting within 10 to 15 minutes my perspective that what we are doing with the MSMEs and how MSMEs are very important for our complete ecosystem, primarily for the country, but of course for the defense manufacturing too. As recently, Honorable Prime Minister mentioned that 400 billion by the country, it itself is a testimony because a major role has been played by MSMEs. Whatever the LSI we call, the tier 1 industry, there are a few numbers, but when you have the complete ecosystem with the MSMEs, that's how we are able to achieve such big goals. If we talk about in defense manufacturing sector, the journey of SMEs, that time probably M were not there too much, and still with defense systems, we work with SMEs primarily. The SMEs started their journey with ordnance factories and DPSUs as their supply chain industries. And today I find the SMEs have come up to a level where not only they are with a supply chain, they are playing important role in the offset discharge, direct offset discharge. They are playing very important role in the procurement of Indian Armed Forces as far as revenue procurement is concerned. Their capabilities have enhanced because in DRDO, I am as a director industry interface, I am dealing with almost 14,000 industries in my ecosystem, where 2,500 industries are which are tier 1, tier 2, and sometimes tier 3 also. And then there I have seen the gap between DRDO and their capabilities have also narrowed down to a great extent. Today, we find that SMEs have come up to a level where they can design, develop, and manufacture the complete system by themselves. That's how DRDO has released 108 item list, where we told that we will not be working on those products because SMEs are capable enough to do those things. And similarly, another list we are going to release very soon. The list is almost ready, just under the approval process. As the list has been released by Ministry of Defense, 209 items, those items will not be imported. They will be from the indigenous source. Apart from these things, I can also tell all my industry partners here that DRDO has been a very important cog in the wheel for the complete development trajectory of the SMEs and the industries in India. The industry which used to work with us, like Mr. Puri just now told about the Pinaka missile system. When I joined DRDO in 1989, that time the Pinaka was started by DRDO. And that's why Pinaka 1, what you see, then Pinaka Mark 2 came, then enhanced Pinaka today, Mr. Puri spoke. That time we used to work only with a few public sectors and ordnance factories. And today I find that when we work with for the systems like ATAX, systems like Akash missile system, Astra missile system, that if you see the ecosystem in ATAX advanced towed artillery gun system, there are 464 industries working with us. Although the LSI, the lead system integrators are 2. One is Tata's, another is Bharat Forge, but another 462 industries are there. The one industry is the Star Wires. Mr. M.K. Gupta is here with us. They are making the muzzle brake. So like that, the entire ecosystem has been developed, and the beauty has been in this entire journey, the industries were supported not only with the know-how by DRDO, with the know-why. And many industries acknowledge because in this entire journey, DRDO played an important role, and that's how we are working together. The important thing which I would like to tell you today, the type of policies MOD has made, as Mr. Jaju also mentioned, Colonel Kabir, my good friend, he was also telling about the IDEX, etc. If you see IDEX is there, the Make 2, a lot of changes have brought in so that industry can get benefited. In Make 2 also, one industry has taken the technology for man-portable anti-tank guided missile from DRDO. We are the partner, we are like OEM. Similarly, in Make 1, we are also trying to do things as per the budget announcement under SPV and DND. DRDO is going to play an important role along with the MOD so that we can support the industries. Apart from that, if you see, TDF is there, Technology Development Fund, where we are funding to SMEs up to 10 crores. And we are also ensuring almost the order they are getting it now, 8 products out of 40 TDF projects we have sanctioned in DRDO that SMEs are likely to get order and 8 are likely to get order. A1 is going to be ordered very soon. Similarly, the test facilities of DRDO have been open to facilitate the industries. In export, we are supporting them to the extent possible in the sense so that if they are able to export the DRDO products, not only after taking the technology transfer, even if they are getting the supply order, then we are facilitating the SMEs to get an MOU signed with the concerned TOT holder, and that's how they can affect the complete export order. Because for export, we are very much concerned about it. Then we have also opened up the complete technological and scientific support to the industries. Suppose many times what happens in startup and SMEs, they do not have the R&D facility and they cannot afford, because R&D is an issue. It still remains with the industry because in R&D you have to retain the manpower for a longer duration and you have to have the infrastructure, etc. So that the return may not, ROI may not be immediate, but it will take time. For that, the gestation period, the resilience must be there in the industries. But many times in SMEs and other small industries, their resilience is not there. To support the R&D effort, DRDO also supports them to provide them R&D. Apart from that, what we are doing for the SMEs so that they can come up, all the patents we are providing to all Indian SMEs free of cost. They can use our patent. They can make use of it free of cost. They can develop their technology, and whatever technology or product they develop using DRDO patent, the complete IPR will be with them for that product. That product only, right? Not the IPR of the main patent, because patent has already been filed. So like that today, if we see the entire government of India, the system, the way we are supporting the industries and SMEs, it is a very good and conducive situation. And let me tell you, as per the budget announcement, the 25% R&D budget which has come for the industries, finally this 25% R&D budget is not going to be given just in 1 or 2 schemes. There are major other schemes will come up, like IDEX is there, TDF is there. Even the industry may be funded under SPV model, under DND model. So like that, wherever the R&D is required, that is going to be there. And this entire ecosystem, these things are, SMEs are going to play a very important role. Though I have got very less time, 10 to 12 minutes, so I have to speak, and I am just closing to my time limit. But one thing I will also give you a word of caution. Quite often I tell all my SMEs and even my primary main industries also, there are 3-4 areas where you have to concentrate extraordinarily, which is a problem, and we have to work it out. Number 1, the documentation part. In many of our SMEs, many of our industries, because when we transfer the technology, in DRDO, we have transferred more than 1,420 technologies. Last year, the number of technology we transferred, there are 182. It means almost every week we were transferring almost 3.5 and 4 technologies. So this shows the trust of industries in DRDO technologies and the maturity of the DRDO technologies. But when we go as a technical assessment committee to examine the SMEs and other industries, many times we find a few problems like the documentation is not proper. Because when you are selling anything to Indian Armed Forces, they are very meticulous. They go for all the documentation processes. So the documentation has to be there. Once the documentation is there, almost quality is ensured. But the quality also, you have to look into it. The documentation and quality, the 2 things are very important. Then third thing I would like to tell you, we are many times not very cautious, and many times our ideas, whatever things are coming out, even from a startup, very innovative ideas are coming out. But they think it is just idea we have told, if we get the business is fine, if we do not get the business also, life is going on, we'll catch some other product. No, whatever good idea is there, at least you do some copywriting, you do some patenting, at least you should do some documentation. Otherwise, what will happen? Those ideas will be taken up by somebody else. And tomorrow, we are having own good idea, we will not be able to reap the fruits of it, out of it. So I will tell you, finally, this entire ecosystem is working well. We work in a project mode in DRDO, where industries are our inseparable partner, not only the major industries, SMEs I talk about through wall imaging radar. I talk about various other BrahMos products, components, our radar system, our other ammunition. They're all SMEs are the lead system integrator, not the big industries. And they are very important part of DRDO. And whatever DRDO designs and develops, we do not market and produce them. Finally, our product reaches to the Indian Armed Forces through industries. So industries are very, very, very important partner. Many times industries think that after by transferring the technology, etc., we are doing a big favor on you. Rather, you are doing a big favor on DRDO and MOD, that you are taking our technology and taking it to the Indian Armed Forces and to the export. I think with this ecosystem, with academia for S&T and industries working for the production and the development part, now they will be working for R&D also as part of the budget. And anyway, with DRDO, they were development partners, they were working for the R&D work part also. I can cite many examples, but due to paucity of time, I cannot say. So I think with the ecosystem, we will be making the country self-reliant further, and we will be Atmanirbhar Bharat as dreamt by every Indian and our honorable Prime Minister. Thank you very much for patiently listening. Jai Hind.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Devji, for that excellent rendition. And, can anybody just raise your hand and say, what was the catch point that he said? Anybody who wants to give a try? What was that one point which made an impact in his talk? Sir. Yes,
There is of the project,
Okay.
Is it a single window? What is all that?
No, 1 point. Yeah. There. Wonderful.
To manufacture all the IPRs and the
IP.
efforts which are being done by DRDO. And he's so humble enough to even acknowledge that that industry is doing a favor to them.
That's the
rather than
point,
other way
ladies and
around.
gentlemen. That's the point I wanted. Please do a favor to DRDO. I'm encouraging you all to do a favor to DRDO. He's not saying that I'm doing you a favor by giving technology. He says, please do me a favor by coming and taking this technology and take the country forward. That's the point, I think. Thank you so much. Your good name, please.
My name is Kushal Gravasti.
Thank you, Kushal. So I think I'll move on to the next speaker. You see, I'm flanked by all toppers. I was just talking about my colleague Nayan Nog to many people who's an accomplished aerospace engineer. And now I have, a topper in BTech and MTech from the University of Allahabad and the University of Pune. He has been a director in the Ministry of Steel. He's been the member weapons of the Ordnance Factory Board, the erstwhile Ordnance Factory Board. And he's been the senior GM in the Heavy Vehicles Factory and the former Director General and Chairman of Ordnance Factory Board. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Mr. Hari Mohan to give his remarks.
Very good afternoon. Joint Secretary, MSME Ministry, Madam Mercy Epao, all the distinguished panelists, and all the delegates for the conference and the industry champions which are here in this hall. You have heard a lot about the policy environment. You have heard a lot about various details being shared with you about the initiatives taken by the government. You have also heard Dr. Mayank Chaturvedi, who has clearly brought out that what is the thinking of DRDO now. With me, I carry an experience of almost 40 years being in the defense industry. I have been in the ordnance factories. I have been the I have been an ammunition maker. I have been a weapon maker. I was a armored vehicle maker also. Now, I just want to give you a perspective mainly from the MSME point of view, that what is there for MSME? What is that MSME can look forward to in this scenario when the whole country is talking that we are developing the defense ecosystem? See, a lot of platforms are already getting manufactured in the country. BrahMos is getting manufactured. Your armored vehicles are getting manufactured. T-90 tank is getting manufactured. T-72 tank-based systems are getting manufactured. Lot of artillery guns are coming up. You are seeing that they are on the scene. Your Dhanush gun, which is our own indigenously designed, the country has designed that system, that is coming up on the scene. All these subsystems, there are multiple technologies involved. Nobody, no single agency will have all the technologies for developing that system. See, when if you look at the T-90 tank, though it comes out of from heavy vehicles factory Avdi, but there are more than 20 ordnance factories supporting that heavy vehicles factory Avdi. There are more than 700 MSME companies which are supporting heavy vehicles factory Avdi. The point which I am trying to drive home is any defense system will have multiple technologies and aggregation of multiple competence required, and it will have multiple agencies. So if somebody is thinking, some MSME thinking that he can develop a whole system himself, it will be it will be really, if somebody thinks it is okay, but it will be really, really very challenging. So the offshoot of that is that it is the time where you join, make a consortium approach. If you have a capability in the electronics, pick up some company who can be good in mechanical, some company who is good in metallurgy, some company who is there in system integration. So you have to come together and take a consortium approach if you want to develop any product. This can be the approach if you want to develop any full-fledged product. Now, another approach, suppose you are not able to do that, then what you can do? There are many subsystems, sub-assemblies which are currently imported. All have been publicly declared by the DPSUs and they are available on the Srijan portal. You can see host of sub-assemblies and components. Look at that. Find out what is there within your competence. So whatever is getting imported at the subsystems level, component level, identify for yourself, and if you feel you can develop that, take up that product for development, and then you can be the supporter to that particular industry who is coming out with the final product. That can be another approach. Third approach is there are things which are getting manufactured in the country. There are things which are getting manufactured in the DPSUs and ordnance factories. And when these DPSUs and ordnance factories, when they manufacture anything themselves, the cost is much, much higher. If the same component or sub-assembly, if it is produced by an MSME, the cost can come down maybe 60%, even can come to 50%. And there is a change in environment, especially for DPSUs. They have been told to become more and more cost efficient. Like if you look at ordnance factories, earlier the thrust was on capacity utilization and maximization of the output. But now the thrust is that you have to be financially performing. And when you have to be financially performing, if something which they have been producing at cost X, and if the industry can produce at 0.5x, they will be very happy and they will welcome these ideas. And this is where the business for MSMEs. Items, subsystems, sub-assemblies, which DPSUs and ordnance factories are making in-house. And if you can make that, you can venture into that direction. This is another dimension. The third dimension, there are many components and sub-assemblies which DPSUs are outsourcing, and there are only few sources, sometimes even single source. And you can imagine that when it's a single source, the company which is a single source is definitely taking an advantage of monopolistic position. And this is the area which if you identify yourself, and if you can again come out with a solution which is equal, at par in quality, at par in delivery, but cost efficient, that will again be welcomed by the ordnance factories and DPSUs. So this is the approach, in my opinion, you can take. The third, a word of caution, the defense systems, subsystems, sub-assemblies, generally they are very highly optimally designed. Means there will be very little leeway in the when you do a manufacturing. There will be very tight tolerances. There will be multiple testing, stage-wise testing. So you have to really come out with a quality product. So there cannot be any compromise on the quality. You may do a compromise today on the component, and a compromised quality component may get delivered to the vendor, but then tomorrow it will fail and it will come back to you. So there is no scope for any compromise on the quality, and this is what our Mayank Dwivedi sir was also mentioning. It means there is no quick money available. If you think that if you pick up a sector or if you pick up some domain and you can be successful within few months or maybe even a year or two, I think that is not as per my understanding. You have to be really determined, and you have to be really focused, and you have to be really committed. And see to that whatever product you are making, whatever contribution you are making, that is meeting all the standards and all the specifications, and there is no compromise on the quality. So these are the ways by which you can embark upon development of business in the new areas. Whatever you are doing already, that you are already doing efficiently. But these are the openings for you if you want to widen your business space. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for that. So Vasanti Jayaprakash, Vasanti and I have been in a number of such things. I remember the Aero India, we talked about the same thing. Why I'm taking Vasanti's name so specifically is that she's been in most of these seminars and she's been listening to this. So the one point that comes to my mind from Dr. Hari Mohan is, I was just discussing with the Joint Secretary. So Madam Mercy, have mercy on us. So NSIC is an organization which was established in the year 55, around that time, only to support the MSMEs. If I were to think of a middleman in this game, it was NSIC. It was created as a buffer between the government and the NSIs and the MSMEs, so that the MSMEs benefit. So the idea which Mr. Hari Mohan was just talking to us, where there should be, you should have an electronics guy should look at a metals guy, should look at somebody, and then you come together. I think this come together role, ma'am, NSIC could probably play, and maybe we can take this idea forward as to how they can front end with the government, because they will be having the revenues to show for major programs. So today, for example, NSIC can probably participate in a 500 crore program with the government and pass on to 500 MSMEs 1 crore each. I mean, I'm just giving a very broad idea, but it may be 50 of them with 10 crores each. So we can think of how to do this and how this model can work. But I think that's one takeaway I've got from you. So this region portal, I'm sorry to say, I've been seeing this region portal for a long time. I've been interacting with the industry for a long time. The information is scanty. And when somebody tries to call up on that number, I believe, this is hearsay, it's not confirmed, but I believe that the response is not good. And thirdly, information is not complete. Because when I compare the imports and exports from the country, and I see that I don't see the imports numbers reflecting fully on this region portal. And therefore, that comment comes up. I think that is for I'll give it to Mr. Jaju for him to sort out that portal. I forgot to tell him in the morning. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are moving into an arena where, if there is a person who's got a 360-degree view of aerospace and defense, it'll be a person, you can imagine that person, he has to be from some aerospace discipline. Then he has to have worked in a number of engine companies. Then he has to have worked in some missile companies. Then he has to have also worked in some aerospace companies. So here is a gentleman who's been with General Electric, who's been with Rolls-Royce. In fact, I think the first time I met him was when he was with General Electric. Then he was with Rolls-Royce. Then I met him in Boston with Raytheon. He was with Raytheon Missile Defense. And I think that time we were pushing a very great initiative in India forward under his leadership. And then today, of course, he's traveled some 32 odd countries and he's done offsets in so many countries, and all that is fine. But the point is, today he's leading one of the largest, the greatest military aerospace company in the world, because they vertically integrate themselves into aerospace, and it is none other than Bill Blair. I call him Bill, and he's William Blair. And William Blair, it's all yours. And I know that Lockheed has great initiatives in India. You completed your obligations or your opportunities and offsets for the C-130. You're in for the MH-60 Romeo, and I think there is a lot of potential ahead in India. So, Bill, all yours.
Great. Thank you very much, Colonel Kuber.
Focus on MSMEs, please. Thank you.
I will focus on MSMEs, absolutely. In fact, I'll lead off with that. Just small correction from my friends at GE. It was GE is where I started as a mechanical engineer, 25 years. And, as an engineer, I appreciate the challenges for everyone in the room to go invent, innovate new technologies and find a way to take them to market to meet, the biggest challenges we have here in India. In the defense and security market. I want to thank PhD Chambers, Joint Secretary Marcia Pao, panelists, and all of you being here and in person. As Mr. Jaju said, it's great to actually be in person. I'm going to lead off just by saying that MSMEs are absolutely at the heart of our current and future aerospace and defense production, design, development, and production. And I believe that, I know that. I can speak from experience here in India, working with two joint ventures that we have. One is Tata Lockheed Martin Aerostructures Limited, producing the C-130J empennage, and that's on the aircraft, of course, that the Indian Air Force is flying. But also Tata Sikorsky Aerospace Limited, another joint venture, both created 12 years ago. And oftentimes I've been on different panels and we think, okay, that's a large company, but the reality is between those two joint ventures, plus our global supply chain, we're working with hundreds of MSMEs, tens of thousands of jobs. In fact, as Lockheed Martin, we actually integrate systems on platforms. And so we actually depend on the MSMEs to deliver the capability and make these platforms successful and meet the services needs. The other comment that I will make, and it ties into the MSMEs, Mr. Sanjay Jaju spoke to it. I think, well, I know startups are the pipeline. Startups are a critical pipeline. They are the next MSMEs. And so we're working with a lot of startups that have creative, unique ideas to develop technologies that can leapfrog, say, the more traditional technologies that are very much needed in defense and aerospace. We've established back in 2007 an India Innovation Growth Program with the Department of Science and Technology, where we've worked with hundreds of startups, generated over $1 billion worth of value, working together with these startups. And we're way past that now. There's plenty of accelerators around India. Supply chain. And so we had a supplier conference last November, first time in person, prior year was virtual. And it's an open invitation to bring together the best and the brightest, the greatest potential among the MSMEs and startups, and find a way to how can you connect into our supply chain, our global supply chain, connect in with our joint ventures. Another comment I'll make is Colonel Kuber mentioned the MH-60 Romeo helicopter, and I'm seeing this firsthand. As a new platform is inducted into, in this case, the Indian Navy, it has a lot of buyer-nominated equipment that's produced here in India. Some of it through, say, Bharat Electronics Limited. And I know that both the private sector and the public sector units that we work with are drawing on the capabilities from within the MSMEs to deliver what's required here going forward today and well into the future. Transfer of technology. Just give you one example. And again, I think it ties into MSMEs. You might have seen last week, we did some demos with the Indian Army and the Indian Air Force of what's called an exoskeleton. Think of it as an exoskeleton for the lower body that will give strength and endurance to the Indian Army operating at the toughest environments at altitude. That's a case where we just have developed the technology in our engineering organization and we're looking for a home. We're just looking for a home to bring that technology. We've had similar discussions with DRDO. And so I would say that that's, yes, of course, we're trying to link it in with either a requirement from the services or maybe a requirement from DRDO, or maybe it helps fulfill an offset requirement and obligation. But we first and foremost see it as an opportunity. We've never looked at what everyone speaks to as an offset obligation, as an obligation. We've looked at it as an opportunity. The two joint ventures were established in advance of any requirement. And had we not, I don't think we would have been able to be, I think, so effectively engaged and part of the development of the defense and aerospace ecosystem here in India. And we very much intend to scale that up and be partnering with many of the companies here in the room to take that forward going forward. So I'll close on my brief remarks, Colonel Kuber, but I want to repeat that if it wasn't clear, we integrate systems on platforms. And so when I look at the positive indigenization list and the subsequent lists that have come and will come, that Mr. Sanjay Jaju spoke to, those are many of the systems that we know we'll have to integrate on our helicopter offering for the Naval Utility Helicopter. On the multi-role fighter aircraft requirement, what we're offering is the F-21, and produce the platforms in India and integrate the systems in India to meet those requirements going forward. So I think the future is incredibly bright, and we intend and are proud to be a part of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill, for those wonderful remarks. In fact, these words coming from you only gives us a reassurance that companies such as yours, Lockheed Martin, which is a vertically integrated defense company in the world and the largest so far, when they keep MSMEs at their heart and center of aerospace in production, I wonder why our companies should not do. If they're already doing it, I'm sure it's not good enough, and therefore it has to be done in a much more vigorous and an involving manner. And in fact, when you say when you've done offsets in advance of your requirement, and that's where, ladies and gentlemen, what comes to mind is a business case. You go to a business case to Lockheed, you go to a business case to Bill, go with a business case to Partha, I think he's sitting here. You will be welcomed with open arms. And that is something that I really like about Bill. He's been in one program, I think for the C-130, you engaged more than 72 SMEs. Was that the number which I remember from about 2-3 years ago? For one program in offsets. And you can see they are also, nurturing startups. They fund startups. There is an initiative that's been going on for years in India with DIA team, of course. They both together have been nurturing this, and FICCI has been sort of in the center of all this. So thank you, Bill, for that and those encouraging remarks about the MSMEs. One of the most important aspects that the Prime Minister always, talks his guts out is, anybody? Yeah, please, sir. Anybody else? Anybody else? Make it for the world, sir. Your name, please. Jai Hind, sir. Make in India for the world. So, ladies and gentlemen, why I'm talking about the Prime Minister is, he's been talking to us, he's been telling us, until you start, it's always your children, for example, you always consider your own children as, in Hindi we call it nikamma, useless. Until the neighbor comes and tells you, your son did so well the other day. So unless you start exporting, unless other countries like Philippines today, Maldives tomorrow, Vietnam the third day, maybe UAE, maybe some NATO countries, unless you start exporting and unless you gain the confidence of the world around you, your Atmanirbhar program will remain where it is. If you want to take it to the next level, then I think it's very important. Then you can go and tell the Indian Army, or you can tell the Indian Navy, or officers are sitting here, I've already sold it to Philippines. Come on, please take it. I've already sold it to Maldives. I've sold it to Greece. I've sold it to a NATO country. Exports. Exports is very important. And we are very, very fortunate to have an expert on exports sitting along with us. Contrary to popular belief, it's very easy to talk ill about our own people, our own DPSUs, our own DRDO. Oh, they do nothing, and this thing, only private or something like that. Do you know that a 600 crore or a 500 crore order, I'm just letting the cat out of the bag. I don't think many people are aware of it. It's not in the public domain, or maybe it came out somewhere in the Twitter, somewhere, which is what I caught. 500 crore orders for a NATO country. Recently, 3 months ago. You should give a good applause, ladies and gentlemen. This is from the Munitions India Limited. See, the humility is not even smiling. So, an IOFS officer of the 1990 batch, looking after business development activities in Munition India Limited. His vast experience in exports, international collaboration, planning and purchase in erstwhile OFB platforms has been a very senior position. He's been more than 7 years, he's been engaged in defense exports. We are very fortunate to have him here amongst us today. And I talked about the 600 crore order. And I think he's available after this conference also for all of you to engage with him. Ask him, what is the procedure? How does he do it? If ordnance factories can do it, we all can do it. All yours, sir.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, Madam Mercy, Joint Secretary, MSME. Yeah.
It's a unidirectional.
Distinguished gathering on the dais, our industry partners, officers from PhD, CCI, ladies and gentlemen. It's my proud privilege to be part of this seminar here regarding role of MSMEs in defense manufacturing hub, which is getting built up in India. We all know how much emphasis government is giving for making the defense manufacturing hub in India. As Mr. Kuber rightly said, not only for make in India, but for make for the world. We all are working on in that direction. But before moving into that, and what will be the role of MSME in what I perceive from MIL viewpoint, I would like to give a very brief introduction about Munitions India Limited, because it is a new company. It's a new company which has been formed just 6 months back out of the erstwhile Ordnance Factory Board, which was more than 200 years old, for manufacture of ammunition in India. In fact, we started our operation from 1st of October 2021. And in last 6 months, we have been trying to increase our production activities, not only for the Indian market, but also for the export market. And believe me, in both these things, role of MSME is extremely important. So far, Munition India Limited is concerned, we are having 12 factories under our kitty with a manpower of 20,000 people and with a turnover of about 4,500 crores as of now, which we tend to increase to at least $1 billion in the coming years. For all this, MSME was the backbone of our achievement all the time. In fact, I will talk a little about the indigenization process that we adopted in erstwhile Ordnance Factory Board as well as now in Munitions India Limited. For our products, when we talk about Atmanirbhar Bharat or self-reliance, the indigenization level is about 95% in Munitions India Limited. And all this was possible with the complete cooperation from the MSMEs along with the other defense partners. I will talk about the technology absorption part. When a lot of our products have been made through transfer of technology from foreign OEMs, and in the absorption of technology, there is a major role of MSME also in the sense that we are passing on the transfer of technology documents for many of the items for which manufacturing facilities is not sufficient with us to the MSMEs and to our and we are very happy that they have absorbed the technology fully, and that has given them opportunity to adopt the quality practices which are available internationally, about the international various practices of production, manufacturing practices internationally, and that has helped in capability building in the MSMEs. And that will further help MSMEs to support not only the Indian industry, but the foreign OEMs also for making India as a defense manufacturing hub in the coming days. This knowledge absorption, which has happened through the transfer of technology, which we have given to the MSMEs in the past, and which we will be sharing for the new products also in the coming future, that will help not only us, but the international market as well, as India as the defense manufacturing hub. In fact, engaging MSME for the global market helps us many ways. One, quick reducing the lead time for manufacturing. Two, the cost competitiveness. The moment we involve the MSME and the moment we get the support from MSME for manufacture of a particular product, cost gets reduced dramatically, which is not possible in the larger setup where a lot of other expenses are involved. So we always seek the help of MSME in making a product competitive in the current environment where we are looking for becoming the part of the global supply chain for the foreign OEMs, not only we ourselves, but with the support of MSMEs. And this will also help us in the export a lot, because export market is also highly competitive. When we are talking of the order of the magnitude of 500, 600 crores, we want to work more than that, much more than that. We want to have a defense exports, as the government of India has set a target of 5 billion US dollars by 24-25. We also want to have a great share in that, and that will again be possible with the help of MSMEs. When we are getting orders of such kind of magnitude from the global market, naturally the help of MSME will be required for the supply chain of Munitions India Limited also. So that's why I believe that a lot of opportunities there for everyone. The cake is becoming larger. So far, Indian industry is concerned, Indian defense industry is concerned. So we all can share the cake. We all can collaborate. In fact, from Munitions India Limited side, we are collaborating now with the MSMEs for co-production, for co-marketing as well, for the international market. Now, many of the products we are bringing for the international market in cooperation with the MSMEs with an active MOU, which will help us to have a long-term relationship. Now, it is not a relationship of buyer and supplier from MSME side, but we are looking for supply chain of MSME as a partner. That's why we have signed some MOUs very recently in the last 6 months with MSME only. I'm not talking of the big corporates, with MSME only for co-marketing and co-production. And we are likely to get good orders from the international market again, based on this collaboration. So there is a good opportunity for all of us We should make use of it. And MSME has a big role to play in the coming days for the international global market and for the Indian market as well. So this is what I feel is from our side, from Munitions India Limited side. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Sir, I'm tempted to ask you a question. Can I?
Yeah.
Maybe slightly uncomfortable, but it's okay. The temptation, it's already here. So in the 4,500 turnover that Munition India has, can you give a number, how many crores have gone to MSMEs? And for the 600 crore exports, how many can be for MSMEs? How many?
Actually, when we see our procurement figures, out of this 4,500 crores, approximately it will be about 1,300 crores from MSME. More than 1,300 crores from MSME. And there is involvement of more than 500 MSMEs for this purpose.
Thank you, sir.
And similar figure will be coming for the export order as well. Yeah.
So I was wanting to ask the audience again, but I'm for want of time, I want to stop that. But the important point I think he made is, we've been hearing that industry should do a favor to the government. We have been hearing collaboration with MSMEs. He talked about collaborative effort with MSMEs for marketing also, for co-production also, for marketing also. He talked about partners. So today, the government's view has been changing in the last about 7 odd years. And I want to go with the tenure of the government because that is the popular style. So in the last 7 years, I think it's been, although I mean, being a old hand at it, I know that even DPP 13 talked about, Make in India, and we talked about how to Buy Indian was introduced at that time. Make procedure was introduced in 2006, DPP, not a single make program till today. And the Raksha Mantri last week or the week before last announced 14 make programs. I'm only hoping that they fructify. And but yes, the point is the government has started talking in terms of partnership, collaboration, and that's where I think once again I can, on behalf of the big brothers here, I can again request the industry to do a favor to them by taking the technology, collaborating with them, and taking a pie of the 4,500 crores. Don't be happy with 1,300, he'll give you more. So he's there. And one of the important points I wanted to make today was, ladies and gentlemen, as far as the ordnance factories are concerned, take this as a Veda Vyak, which I'm going to tell you now. More than 95% of the products of the ordnance factories are 100% indigenous. And the indigenous content in the entire turnover is close to 95%. So it was in 2005, I was sitting in the office of the secretary. I was the colonel at that time, director of the capital acquisition programs, and the Russian team was there. I just want to give this flavor because people should know this. I was sitting over there and the Russians said, we will give you the system. And the chairman Ordnance Factory Board was also sitting there. He said, no, we'll do it ourselves. And the secretary turned the Russians out, and we actually have done it. If you see how we took the transfer of technology for the Bofors, and of course we dusted it a little bit, and then we have now transformed it into a Dhanush, a very strong thing today. So ladies and gentlemen, that is the success. It's an old wine in the new bottle, and it's a very, very aged wine, pretty tasty. So I'm sure that you should engage with Munitions India, Mr. Agarwala, and take it forward. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the most interesting part always is to the end. And I don't know, if the industry in Spain is what it is today, it is because some 25 years ago, Spain went with the concept of energizing the industry bottoms up. And bottoms up is both for the old wine and also for the industry. They started energizing it bottoms up, and today you see where Spain stands in the world. So ladies and gentlemen, I have the vice president of what is this? GCI, okay, Armando Salodar Toro. I hope I'm pronouncing your name right, sir. Okay. And he is with Geki Aerospace and Defense. He's an aero engines engineer with aero engines. He's seen 35 years of experience in aviation. He worked for Rolls-Royce. He worked for Geki in international defense aerospace projects worldwide. And we can't find a better person to give the parting shot. All yours, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good afternoon to everyone. Thank you for inviting me to this magnificent forum. Thank you to the PhD Ministry of Defense, the industry, international delegates. Thank you very much. I'm very honored of having the opportunity to be here to share with this magnificent forum. We coming from Spain in Europe, coming from the Occidental world, part of the world, but what I'm feeling, this is my second week here. Last week I was also in the wings of India, also a very, very fruitful aviation and airports meeting. And what I'm feeling is that we are so close. We are so close, Europe and Asia, that we have to continue being closer, even closer. Okay, we're talking about technology, and Spain is a very small country compared to India, to big India. I'm really impressed about your country. We have a very high regard about India from Europe, about your technology, your intelligence, your software, your manufacturing capabilities. And the message I would like to bring to this table and this forum is a message of mutual collaboration. ME network in Spain represents 80% of the total industrial network. And through collaborations, through joint ventures, we have created one of the leading aerospace, defense, and space industries in that part of the world, but also at worldwide level. What I would like to encourage you is to establish liaison, to establish collaboration, because we have a lot of things to share in terms of manufacturing needs, in terms of supply chain needs, in terms of software developments for this, our defense, homeland security, and aerospace and space coming new era. And we, Europe and Asia, are closer than we believe sometimes we are. Okay, we in Europe are looking to our traditional partners, to our NATO partners, but also in terms of defense, we need to be looking to the east part of the world and to stretch collaboration. In fact, this collaboration is going on in I insist, in two ways. It's not a matter of selling technology or buying technology, it's more than that. And again, this is the message I would like to bring to the table. And in Europe, we have been very successful joining forces, all the MSME network companies together with the big corporations, and to reinforce and to expand and to growth technologically speaking, and more than that, this union is providing a mutual enlightenment, okay, which is at the end, is what the human being takes the opportunity of being better for our society, and avoiding any conflict. Being together is the only way to succeed. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Armado, for those wonderful remarks. Actually, ladies and gentlemen, Russia has been doing us favors all the time. And now with the thing which is happening over there, and Europe in turmoil, I think India is the destination. He said, we are looking at India. He's talked about mutual collaboration, and he talked about supply chain software. And Mr. Armado, I wanted to ask you a very small question. Airbus Spain is actively involved today. Airbus Spain is actively involved today in India for the C295 program, which is 21,000 crores, means how many $1 billion? 7,773,74, about $4 billion, $4 billion program. And is Ankur Gupta around in the audience? No, I don't see him. So I just wanted to ask you one quick question, or a suggestion to you. This is the time we should involve our MSMEs in aerospace, because this is a Make in India program, which is being front-ended by the Tatas, the Tata Group. So I think the GECI group may do a good favor to India by now getting hold of the expertise that you talked about in terms of supply chain, in terms of IT. So get these practices into a collaborative effort and make the C295, which is going to be the mainstay of the Indian Air Force, a huge success. So ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for bearing with this wonderful panel. And I thank the panel for bearing with such a wonderful audience who have answered some questions in between. So all that is left for me is to hand it over back to PhD Chambers. And while I say that, I should say that Ernst & Young India, whom I represent as Director of the Aerospace and Defense, along with my colleague Nayan Nag, who's here. And we have a collaboration with PhD Chambers. We have an MOU. We do papers together. We do thought leadership together. We actually go forward and bring MSMEs into the mainstream. And let me tell you that PhD Chambers has been having the single point agenda for the past at least 20 years that I know them, that it is all about MSMEs. It's all about MSMEs. If India lives in villages, industry lives in MSMEs. Thank you very much.
To have so many diverse names and people across the spectrum on the panel, and yet to keep it all so focused, so engaged. I think some credit needs to go to the moderator, first of all. Maybe hear it for Colonel K.V. Kuber. Also for every speaker who kept to time and still managed to get and give us so much of information in depth. Thank you so much to every speaker. I would like to invite the chairman, Shri M.K. Gupta, to hand over a token of gratitude memento to Ms. Mercy Epao, please. Very usable information, actually, that was delivered by all the speakers. May we have a round of applause for the lady who has been in the very nerve center of organizing this, thanks to whom we have this in-person program, as was mentioned. Ms. Mercy Epao, Joint Secretary, SME, Ministry of MSME, Government of India. Thank you so much. Now, we'd like to flip it and request Ms. Mercy Epao to hand over mementos to all our guests. Just need a moment. Yes, to Dr. Mayank Dwivedi, Director, Industry Interface and Technology Management, DRDO. To Mr. Hari Mohan, ex-Chairman and Director General, Ordnance Factory Board, Ministry of Defense. Yes, you may need to step forward a little bit when you are giving the mementos, ma'am. Mr. William L. Blair, VP and Chief Executive, Lockheed Martin India Private Limited. To Mr. Prakash Agarwal, General Manager, Munitions India Limited. To Mr. Armando Salvador Toro, GECI Group Spain. The applause for all the speakers could reflect, the things that we have, have takeaways as audience, I would say. And to the moderator, Colonel K.V. Kuber, Director, Aerospace and Defense, Ernst & Young. May I invite Colonel Sanyal and Shri Gupta back to the audience for a group picture? Back to the stage for a group picture, please. Mr. M.K. Gupta. Because long after this event is done, all of us have gone back to our homes. The memory of such a conversation will certainly be there, and the picture will be a marker. Great. May we have really a nice round of appreciation on the occasion of the second international conference, the first technical session which dealt so well the role of MSMEs in making India a defense manufacturing hub. With that, we also would like to hand it over to Mr. Vivek Sehgal, Assistant Secretary General, PhD CCI, to propose a vote of thanks.
Thank you very much for handing over the session to me. I will request the guests on the dais to kindly settle down for a formal vote of thanks. I think actually Indian tradition doesn't allow for opening of the lunch unless we thank our guests. So very good afternoon to all of you once again. And on behalf of PhD Chamber, I'd like to heartily thank Ms. Mercy Apau, Joint Secretary, Ministry of MSME, Government of India. Ma'am, thanks indeed for all that motivation and support which you've given us to have this conference done in a very, very short span of time. It wouldn't have been just possible without your support. My thanks yet again to Dr. Mayank Dwivedi, Director, Industry Interface and Technology Management, DRDO. We always have DRDO beside us on any of such occasions. I'd like to thank our foreign guests on the dais, Mr. Armando Salvador Toro from the GECI Group from Spain. Thank you very much. I know you took that extra effort to extend your trip in India to be here with us. Greatly appreciate that. Mr. Hari Mohan, ex-chairman and Director General of the Ordnance Factory Board, Ministry of Defense. I think his contributions can be listed in a few pages only. Thank you for making time to be with us this afternoon. Mr. William L. Blair, Vice President and Chief Executive, Lockheed Martin and India Private Limited. Mr. Blair, we always have your perspective coming in very clearly when it comes to FOEMs in India, and we really appreciate it. Mr. Prakash Agarwal, General Manager, Munitions India Limited. We really appreciate all the opportunities which you are opening up and giving to MSMEs as a major share of the defense production. And of course, Colonel K.V. Kuber, Director Aerospace and Defense, Ernst & Young, our partner in progress, harmony, and development when it comes to the defense sector. I'd like to thank all the dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, as we have a lot of dignitaries of the inaugural session of the dais also now, and in particular, the Deputy to the Defense Minister of the Government of Kyrgyzstan and his team. Thank you very much for being here. It's been a very nice and a comprehensive session today. And I know I'm standing between you and the lunch, so I will not take more time. But I'm sure all this initiative, which I think the PhD Chamber has taken with the help of Ministry of MSME, will contribute significantly going forward to the growth of MSMEs in defense manufacturing. Especially, I think a lot of us are thrilled and excited about what the Additional Secretary Defense Production talked about of the new initiatives which they have taken in the last 4 to 5 months. There is a great support, as always, coming in from the industry, the other stakeholders, as well as the government, which should, I think, pave the way forward. As informed by our president in the morning, we will be starting the B2B sessions. So we will have about 14 tables laid out in this room, which will be country-wise. And all the scheduled B2Bs will be taking place right after the lunch. And we will have the Kyrgyzstan delegation in the lounge, which the PhD team will be able to guide you on for all those who have booked their B2Bs for Kyrgyzstan. So bidding you bye for now and welcoming you back for the B2B session, as also the discussion continues tomorrow with some more excitements at 11 o'clock. So do join us back for that as well. Thank you very much and have a nice lunch. So we will be starting, we are at 3 o'clock right now. So I'm sorry, we'll have to cut down your lunch time because you had a lot of knowledge, appetite, which must be vetted. So we will give you about 35 minutes for lunch and we start at 3:30. Thank you very much, one and all, for being a great audience. Thank you once again. Jai Hind.